welcome everyone to another episode of Cinematic Realms. I'm your host, John Webster. With me, as always, is Jared Kozel. How are you doing today, Jared?
Excellent, because I got to go back to Middle Earth, and while it's not in the greatest shape right now, thanks to the dealings of a certain individual, it is a joy to be able to go to revisit it nonetheless.
Yeah, I have been so looking forward to this stream. As a matter of fact, I very nearly went to you last week and was like, can we have a last minute change? Can we just talk about the first 3 episodes of Rings of Power? But we had already planned to do our stream on before midnight, and I'm very glad that we did that. And plus, we get to talk about even more stuff by having this week, including the arrival of a certain important figure in Tolkien lore. So we're beating around the bush in case anybody hasn't figured it out yet. This week we're talking about the first 4 episodes of season 2 of The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. And we both were not shy about the fact that we loved season 1, and I was greatly anticipating season 2. And I just was grinning ear to ear, watching these episodes, even as terrible things were happening. But there were some joyous things happening too. Oh, thank you, Mother Royne. Yeah, big shocker. We both recommend it. This, God, I'm especially glad that we get to talk about episode 4 because it did feel like this big, gift to fans for all the sort of obscure Middle Earth stuff that that isn't necessarily crucial to the main narrative, but like really sings the beauty of Tolkien's world and the wonders of Middle Earth. So, but we will get to that. What was your big picture takeaway from these episodes, and how are you feeling now that we're halfway through the season?
My big picture takeaway was that it feels like the story is expanding and that it's also delving in deeper to the threads that were established in season 1. But above all else, it just feels confident. I talked a lot when we did our discussion about season 1 of how I thought that the first season of The Rings of Power was one of the best proof of concept first seasons that I'd ever seen for a television show, because it was a show that, by the standards of budget and narrative scope and character sprawl and complex lore, should have been impossible to make. And perhaps it would have been had Amazon not been willing to spend an insane amount of money, $1 billion up front to get the rights and then to make the first season. And in today's ever contracting streaming landscape, which we had some not so kind thoughts on at the end of last week's stream, it really reinforced for me the fact that this show in its current form is a gift. And you mentioned it, that it felt like a gift. Gifts are kind of a theme of the show in this season. But ultimately, it was the fact that because this show worked in the first season, and I know people have different feelings about that, I am ambiguous in the fact I thought that the show worked and worked extraordinarily well. But because it was successful in that way, it now gets to plunge ahead into even more complex lore drawn from J.R.R. Tolkien's world and original elements, and it gets to tell that story on a scale that most TV shows never get to dream of playing on. And seeing those elements unfold was just a joy, because I had talked about also when I watched the very first episode of the series, A Shadow of the Past, and it opened in Valinor, and with Finrod giving Galadriel the speech about the ship and the learning how to touch the dark. Sometimes in order to know the difference between light and dark, one must first touch the darkness. And then it cresting over the hill to show the two trees in Valinor, and me thinking to myself, I can't believe I'm watching this show. I can't believe it's real. I had like 4 of those moments watching these first 4 episodes. And it just reminds me of the fact that, we should not take this for granted that we are getting another adaptation like this in J.R.R. Tolkien's world, because you and I adore the Lord of the Rings films. Peter Jackson's interpretation, we think they're some of the best movies ever made, if not the best. And I love the Hobbit films as well, flawed as they are. And we will be getting more stories in Tolkien's world, including the War of the Rohirrim later this year, and eventually the Hunt for Gollum. But this just feels like its own special corner of the universe, because it is a corner that had been relatively unexplored up till now, but there are so many elements of it that are just feel thrilling to behold. And it helps that we have characters that we came to love in the first season, like old favorites like Galadriel and Elrond, kind of newer favorites like Nori and Poppy and Arondir, and characters who are kind of ostensibly new characters, but really familiar characters like the Stranger. But ultimately, at the center of it, he is the great evil of this world. But this is Sauron's season, and my God, is Charlie Vickers killing it. So I'm just.
And we actually talked in a lot of detail on our previous stream covering season 1 about what an achievement this is for the story, for a character who, for the most part, is sort of an embodiment of evil, is sort of a veiled reference to, this great evil Sauron. If you've read Tolkien's Legendarium and you've read like the Silmarillion and stuff, you have more of a notion of Sauron as an actual being. But even that's written, the Silmarillion is famously written as, somewhere between a history book and the Bible, that kind of vibe. And so it's not the same as characters in a novel who you really get to know. And the great thing about this show is that we're getting to explore Sauron as a character, someone, three-dimensional and, who goes through his own struggles and has doubts and, and agendas and, and all this beautiful stuff. And we get to see that embodied in the whole opening act of the first episode this season, which is a masterstroke. Just absolutely incredible. It very much reminded me of, going back to Peter Jackson's films, the sort of the backstory opening we get for Gollum, where it kind of devotes a good portion of the opening just to sort of catching you up on, okay, how did this person end up in this place? And the visualization of that was just so incredible. Like literally what you imagine when you think of like, this dark evil, it was so wonderfully portrayed on screen as just this, black form that's just, taking every bit of life, it can get its hands on until eventually it's able to bring itself back into, into solid form, as, and it's just, I was like, oh my God, like, and it is the perfect, that's what evil is. It waits, and it's, you know, it's patient and it grows, you know, over time. And yeah, I just thought it was a brilliant sequence. And I particularly enjoyed that the Sauron we get in the very opening is very much a lieutenant, you know. He's like, doesn't really feel like ready for prime time Dark Lord.
Yeah.
And it just showed. I've been watching The Good Place, you know, recently, and in reference to one of those characters, it feels like Sauron needed one more reboot, you know. Yeah, and but I just thought it was great. And then to bring this all the way up to when he encounters Galadriel, you know, in the water, just yeah, amazing. And by the way, I want to shout out. I don't remember the actor's name, but there's an actor, the character that Sauron or Halbrand, whatever, encounters, you know, and seems to befriend before, of course, he, you know, betrays him and leaves him to die. He's a character actor. I'll have to look up his name, but he was in the show Rome. Often had a lot of scenes with Kieran Hines, who was also in the show, and you know, as Julius Caesar's sort of right hand, you know, or assistant, you know, or what have you, but a trusted, you know, trusted advisor, and it was so great to see him pop up in this, and because this opening act really is almost like its own mini episode.
Yeah. If there is one thing that Lord of the Rings adaptations have consistently been outstanding at, they've been outstanding at many things, but I think for pretty much all of the, you know, the 6 Peter Jackson movies and this show so far through 2 seasons, it's prologues. They just nail the prologues, because like I loved the prologue of the first season, which, you know, really focused on Galadriel telling the story of how the Noldor left Valinor and pursued Morgoth to Middle Earth, and then Galadriel's, you know, hunt for Sauron, culminating in the mutiny that of her company against her, because they felt like, you know, you're chasing a ghost. Little did they know that Sauron was probably, you know, down there in the catacombs, crawling his way back up at the moment. Which
and I have a lot of theories about who actually killed her brother, because signs are pointing that it may not have been Sauron, because he may not have been around for all that time, and he did wind up with the sign of Adar on his skin. So I have a feeling we're you know, we're in for a bit of a surprise there, in Galadriel more so, but I could be wrong, but we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, I do think that ultimately Adar is a tragic figure, because he is figuring into Sauron's design, even if he thinks he's freed himself. But just to shout out the actor that you were talking about, Nicholas Woodison, who plays Diarmid.
I just brought him up.
Yeah, but and I'll get to him in a second. But I just want to focus for a minute on the opening sequence of this scene, because it really, I mean, we'll acknowledge it's something that has not appeared in Tolkien's works, but it feels very much like an untold chapter, in the sense, because one of the things that we have always heard is that even though Sauron is the Dark Lord and the orcs are kind of bound to him in service, it's because they are slaves, and it's been documented that they actually kind of hate and fear him. And it seems appropriate that in this moment, when he is trying to take up Morgoth's mantle, and he is in power, but he is also, that grip on the power is tenuous, because he has not yet mastered that power over flesh, and not of flesh, but over flesh, a power of the unseen world. But he's trying to, you know, articulate that vision without the means, that this would be the moment where he would theoretically be at his most vulnerable. And they really capture that, which as you mentioned, the actor who they have playing this earlier version of Sauron, Jack Lemmon.
Jack Lemmon.
Yeah. He, as you said, he looks very, like much more regal than Halbrand, but he also is a figure who is not quite as, entrenched, because he has, frankly, he hasn't had quite as many of those experiences. I mean, he did obviously great and terrible things in the First Age, but that was always as a servant of Morgoth, and now he is attempting to pick up that mantle himself. And when he is, trying to convince the orcs to follow him, and they're kind of pushing back, and one of them tries to attack him, and he takes them out, but then he loses control, and you can kind of see the darkness like pushing through that fair exterior, and you can tell that he knows how tenuous his position is. And you see it again when he kneels before Adar after Adar is ostensibly going to crown him, and then he looks up, and it's like he realizes in this moment, I am putting myself at risk here, and very much he is, because he doesn't have as much choice either as he thinks. And then when Adar flips the crown over and brings it down in this very brutal, attack, and Sauron is all of a sudden fighting for his life against, hundreds of orcs who are trying to now kill him. It's a shocking scene because, we never think about the fact that Sauron could potentially be consumed by his servants in this way, because we've always had a tendency to think of the orcs as essentially the mindless slaves to the dark forces that they have often been depicted as. But they are, as Adar himself had noted in the first season to Galadriel, they are children of the One, servants of the secret fire, and even though they are a brutal and, in many ways, ruined race because they came from a corruption of the elves, they still have hopes and dreams and desires, and they do not want to be slaves to Sauron. Yeah. So when they bring him down and, he seems to have been defeated and killed, and there's a very Red Wedding-esque quality to seeing all the orcs burying their daggers in them and then pulling back and seeing his lifeless form there in an ever-expanding pool of blood. It almost feels unbelievable. Did they actually do this? Could they have done this? And of course, it turns out no. But when Adar, tells his children, "My children, you are free," and they start willingly chanting his name, you realize they think that they have set themselves free. But we know, knowing the story, that these experiences will only harden Sauron and shape him. And I think back to the idea from Peter Jackson's films, and the Tolkien's novels, phrases like "the spirit of Sauron endured," and he was referring actually to his defeat at the end of the Second Age in that respect. It's very much the case here as well. The spirit of Sauron endured, and it put him, in many respects, in a way to become even stronger than he was before. Although there is I will acknowledge that as much as I don't enjoy memes, there is a funny meme going around regarding this kind of the sluggish form of Sauron flopping off the boulder, and people joking like how your email finds me. I got a kick out of that. But it then very much it very much kicks back into a horror show when you just see this poor peddler woman, making her way down the road, and then Sauron attacks her and consumes her. And then we see Halbrand step out of the caravan, and we realize that this is where this new and improved version of Sauron actually got his start. But he is also conflicted at this point, because as he has suffered a tremendous loss. And when Diarmid finds him and he says, "I can look in your eyes and see that you've suffered," he is not wrong. Sauron has suffered. But obviously there is a darker twist to it that we see unfold throughout the entire confrontation with the sea worm, which I loved seeing him face off against the sea worm under the sea, and I think probably turned it away with his will. and leading it all the way up to that moment what you mentioned with Galadriel, where I love this in storytelling where we can see the same moment from two different perspectives. And when we saw this moment from Galadriel's perspective in season 1, and Halbrand telling her the tides of fate are flowing, yours may be headed in or out, it very much felt like a commentary on Galadriel's fate there. But then from seeing it from Sauron's perspective here, when he puts up his hand and says the tides of fate are flowing, yours may be heading in or out, and then it kind of fixates on him, and we see kind of a malevolent smile that we didn't really get as much in the first season. We realize he's talking about himself, and the tides of fate for him are very much flowing in his favor.
Yeah. Oh, I just love it. Yeah, and the fact that that's when we get the opening title for the season. It's just like, oh god. I love great big epic openings like that where you're like so sucked into the story you don't even realize you're watching a cold open.
Yeah.
And it's just it's oh god, it was so good. Yeah. And so yeah, that's just a roundabout way of me like saying that Charlie Vickers has been owning it this season. And if I have like one complaint about one serious complaint, well, okay, I might have a couple other nitpicks here and there, but it's the fact that the storyline with him and Celebrimbor is so good that I just want more and more and more. And so then we didn't get any in episode 4. And I'm like, no, just give me Sauron manipulating Celebrimbor some more. Which, and by the way, now's a good time to mention Charles Edwards as Celebrimbor, just phenomenal. The poor guy, it's like, Sauron already dug his heels into him last season. And so he very easily resumes doing that again this season, and you can just see him preying on Celebrimbor's pride and ambition, and and it turns it takes this character who we're quite fond of because if for no other reason than Charles Edwards is a very charismatic actor, and and we can recognize that he's someone who loves his craft and he wants to do something of worth, but you can just see how Sauron is poisoning him from the get-go, and and then what we hear Gil-galad say is that it's said that once the Dark Lord is taken hold of you, he can bend your will and and shape your sight, and and it's just like it's so insidious, and which in retrospect makes Galadriel very fortunate that she escaped when she did, but she's not necessarily out of the woods yet, and it'll be very interesting to see when those two confront each other again this season.
Yeah, well, the line that Gil-galad has specifically is when he says, it is said that once the deceiver gains a being's trust, he gains the ability to sculpt their very thoughts, not only their heart and mind, but also their eyes and ears. And I love being able to see that because this is the side of Sauron that we hadn't really gotten to see as much in the main Lord of the Rings series, because by that point he's a little bit more removed from the story as the Dark Lord in the Dark Tower, still waiting to resume taking physical form. But one of the things we always hear about Sauron is just what a master manipulator he is. That's how he earned the name of Deceiver. And I think back to, for instance, Viggo Mortensen's Aragorn telling the hobbits about the Nazgul. Then they were once men, great kings of men. Then Sauron the Deceiver gave to them 9 rings of power. blinded by their greed. They took them without question, and one by one have fallen into darkness. Now they are slaves to his will. And while that's
Which, by
not
the way,
exactly,
I have to say, major props to Viggo Mortensen, because I love the way he says Sauron the Deceiver. You know,
yeah,
it's just, it's almost musical the way that, he says those lines.
And that is actually, on a side note, one thing that this show is kind of evolving my perspective. I just, in my own uncultured toast, I usually said Sauron. I'm now always going to try to say Sauron, because it just sounds so much more like a malevolent figure.
Well, also, here's the thing for me, was growing up, the person I knew with that name was the character from X-Men, who was called Sauron. And so when I read the books, I very much was like, oh, the character's name is Sauron. And then the films came along, and I was like, oh, no, it's Sauron. So I pretty much since the films came out, I've had a handle on it. But I will say that my initial encountering with the books, I very much was there, because that's what you get when you're exposed to the name for the first time through X-Men the animated series. So
that famous panel where Spider-Man is asking him, "You can do all these powers, but all you're doing is turning men into dinosaurs. Why?" He's like, "But I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn men into dinosaurs." And in this case, obviously Sauron's ambitions here are a little bit more grand, and he needs Celebrimbor to enact them. So his, very much seduction of Celebrimbor in sequence, which has its roots in the first season, because they did have it's not like Sauron just shows up and wows Celebrimbor right away. He plays upon the bond, the very real bond that Celebrimbor thought that they developed at the end of season 1, and then he slowly takes a little bit more until he can hit him with the big the big pyrotechnic display, which we will talk about in detail, because oh my god, that scene is one of the scenes that I was just like, I can't believe I'm watching this for real. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Describe how I was feeling as the scene unfolded, because there's this series takes a lot of liberties because it has to, because what we get of the Second Age is very brief in Tolkien's writings. So the show has had to develop a lot, story-wise on its own, and elaborate on concepts and things. But there are certain things that feel like they're touchstones of Middle-earth lore. And, the seduction of the elves by Sauron, and in particular Celebrimbor by, in his form as Anatar, the Lord of Gifts, is just so rooted in everything Tolkien. And so this just felt like, as it was unfolding, like one of these grand, iconic, classic, moments that you will never forget that you're actually watching. It's like the first time I saw the Lord of the Rings films, and, seeing moments like Gandalf fighting the Balrog, and, super big moments like that are like sort of quintessential, big moments in the stories of Middle Earth. And this just felt like such a huge, like, take my breath away moment of like, I cannot believe I'm sitting here seeing this before my eyes. And yeah, and just as someone who came to, read, those earlier age stories, I think I read the Silmarillion when I was, probably 2001, when the first film was coming out. And it was just like this really in-depth, background that made the Lord of the Rings feel so, because it was just this small piece of the story at the tail end of Tolkien's larger mythology, and so it just felt like, for a multitude of reasons, like moments like this were always going to be out of grasp for like
Yeah.
cinematic adaptation, and just to see that before my eyes and to just hear, you will no longer be known as a scion of Feanor, but as the Lord of the Rings. And, to be in awe not only of hearing stuff like that, but also knowing how much Celebrimbor is being manipulated in that moment. And you're like, oh no, don't fall for it. But this is so awesome and so great. And so it's these mixtures of emotions. I like, and it's because of that moment that, like, if I have to pick a favorite out of these episodes, it's episode 2, just because it feels so gargantuan and big and like, oh my God, is this actually unfolding before my eyes? And so like, there's no doubt that to me was the highlight of these episodes, and I just I've been listening to that track many times on the soundtrack album. So
no, this is probably the highlight sequence from the entire first 4 episodes, because it does feel like the story opening up a new phase, which will be the forging of the 7 and the 9 and eventually the 1. But it also feels like Sauron in the greatest element that we've seen him. And I think Cassie's absolutely right. I think it's because, like any good villain, he actually believes that the work that he is doing is righteous. He believes he can heal Middle Earth, even though, as he had told Galadriel, heal or rule, I see no difference. He thinks he is the same.
That's the key line right there, is that those two things are one and the same to him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But to achieve that end, I just found it so brilliant because, one of the things that we had always heard about this second age and first age vision of Sauron was that he had appeared to the elves and to others in fair form, and we get that great moment earlier in when Galadriel was telling Gil-galad about Sauron and how he deceived her, and she's like, he has been disguising himself in fair form, and all the shippers' hearts cried out as one, oh my God, Galadriel called Sauron fair. But in this case, we actually see the fact that, Charlie Vickers was always a handsome guy in the first season, and like he had charisma for days, and you could easily see how he managed to, get what he wanted in almost every situation without even realizing the people who were giving him what he wanted even realizing it. But in this scene, he is just full on in his element because as Elrond, I think, tells Galadriel later, like how he manipulated Galadriel was he essentially made himself out who she needed to be. And it was not that she was being played against her choosing. He was making himself the tool for her to essentially surrender her power to him willingly. And in that case, that's what he's doing here with Celebrimbor by playing the notes of his soul to perfection, talking about, Celebrimbor talking about the fact that he always wanted to create something of real power, the legacy of his grandfather Feanor looming large over him. We saw that in the first season. And that moment when when Sauron tells Celebrimbor that yes, the rings worked, and we just see Celebrimbor like overcome with emotion, and Sauron asks him, "Are you crying?" He says, "No, I am reveling." And
then,
which is so.
Sorry, like the funniest part of this whole scene, I'm going to open some first age wine. I've been saving this, and then 2 minutes later, he knocks it over, and it all.
I hope he has another bottle, because of that. Otherwise, that's just a criminal race added to the list of Sauron's many crimes. But in particular, knowing that Celebrimbor has always had this, desire to create works of real beauty and, like, essentially to rival the Cimmerils that his grandfather crafted. We see that, this is the perfect way for Sauron to present himself as an emissary of the Valar, and in full glory of it, him being, a Maiar himself. This is in many ways what he could have been before he fell to darkness, but now he is taking on that raiment for a purpose of deception, but also to really just kind of ultimately awe Celebrimbor into bending to his will. And we see that on his face, how successful it is when Celebrimbor is so overcome by his appearance that he almost falls to his knees. And Sauron is just in his guise, is like, you need not bow to me. And it's because he doesn't need Celebrimbor to bow to him in order to know, I've got this guy. I've got him to do exactly what I wanted here. And just the delicate way that he is phrasing is like, oh no, I'm your partner. We are doing this work together. Think of me just as a sharer of gifts, Anatar. And then Celebrimbor is the one who willingly calls him Lord of Gifts. Celebrimbor has willingly put himself in Sauron's power, and as we saw from that earlier line about the deceiver, once you do that, he's got you, and he's got you forever.
Well, yeah, and the genius here, of course, is Sauron is, by saying all those things, like, you needn't bow, that's a way of solidifying that he will bow. And, and like, it's all these things. You get the person to do what you want them by saying, no, you don't have to. And yeah, by the way, I want to say hi to the one and only Tinkerbell. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, it's very interesting, and it's very, like, I'm very conflicted on. I mean, he clearly has no real, he's very selfish and takes, and leaves, his new friend to die. But it goes back to this whole thing of, as for, does he have, empathy for, for certain people? I think he probably thinks he does. That's the whole thing of, like, the truly evil people think they're doing good. So, so it would be interesting to ask Sauron whether he thinks he has empathy. But yeah, no, as we've been saying, he's called the deceiver for a reason.
Yeah, and I'm so glad that the one and only Tinkerbell brought this up, because it does tie back to an essential question that we kind of pondered throughout the first season, which was with the idea that, was Sauron actually feeling any semblance of remorse or guilt and a true desire to change throughout the first season, or was he simply, like, trying to hide from his own failure? Because there was that line that I loved from the finale where he was talking to Galadriel about the fact that after Morgoth's defeat, it was as if a great veil had been lifted off of his shoulders and over from his eyes. And in that moment, he felt the light of the one again. And but then he had gone on to say that, in that moment, I realized if I was ever to be forgiven for what I had done, I would need to heal Middle Earth. And for him, heal still meant rule. But then, as we saw, he falls. He gets betrayed. He has to suffer for an untold number of years in, less than subhuman form in many ways. But then once he regains that form, he almost seems like, was this the moment he could have been truly penitent? Why does he ultimately agree to go with Diarmid on that shit? Diarmid's telling him, you don't need to keep walking towards death. He gets on that ship. And was it because he had an instinct he would meet Galadriel there, or was he actually thinking in that moment, I could change? And then when he confesses to Diarmid, I've done evil, and Diarmid tells him, well, you need to basically choose good, and you need to keep choosing it again and again and again until it becomes part of your nature. And then shortly after that, Sauron steals his Southland's king's sigil and leaves him to die. But then we also see him, like with Galadriel and Numenor, it seems like he is actively seeking his peace, and it opens up new doors about whether or not how genuine he was being there, because it did seem for a time like he actually did want to leave it all behind. But perhaps he was just searching for a new opportunity.
Yeah, well, it's also it's what he's told you. Well, then you need to choose it again tomorrow and the next day until it becomes second nature. But that's the thing. As much as that's a lesson for all of us. We can we like the idea that day after day we'll choose to be better, do this thing or that thing, but we also falter as well. So there's also this part of it where, well, on that day he chose unwisely. And maybe the next day he was like, oh, I'll take another stab at it. But yeah, I don't know. Like, it's trying to psychoanalyze Sauron feels like a fool's errand.
Yeah, it's almost like it's one of the things that makes this show so rewarding, especially on rewatches, because like I had obviously rewatched the first season again before I delve into the second season, and you can watch it like the first time you watch it through the character of Halbrand, who you may have suspicions of, but you can see him very much as the reluctant king who is running from his past, and then once you know he's Sauron, you can go back and watch his performance as the conflicted, would-be Dark Lord who might be searching for a new path and might have been inadvertently inspired by Galadriel to take up his old destiny again. And then you can watch it again, and you can watch it as the malevolent Dark Lord who is manipulating absolutely everything, as the elves seem convinced that this is all his labyrinth. And the brilliant thing about Charlie Vickers' performance is it works on all three levels.
Yeah, you never
know. That's
know.
why he's so good. And I'm so glad in particular that they are letting Charlie Vickers play the Anatar version of Sauron, because I had heard rumors before the season started that they would be casting a new actor to play Sauron, and people thought that meant the Anatar form, because it's like, of course you can't have Charlie Vickers, who had been playing, rough and tumble Halbrand for most of the season. Well, he couldn't play super fair and form Anatar. As it turned out, there was an actor who was playing Sauron, but yes, he can. And I remember one of the big thrills in the very first teaser trailer was seeing the Anatar version of Sauron and realizing, oh yeah, no, that's Charlie Vickers, and he looks perfect for the part.
There's a couple things I wanted to say about this. One, also when the teaser came out, a lot of people were jumping the gun like, oh, why is it the same actor? That's not going to fool anybody. Well, guess what? The intent isn't to fool anybody. It's to appear in a form, that will win over Celebrimbor, Yeah. Yeah, so like that's why maybe wait until the actual show before you get your knives out. And the other thing was that there's this great interview with actually there's two great interviews with Charlie Vickers. One is from the behind the scenes, like post episode conversation, and I think he was talking about the casting, like that while they were filming, the news outlets were coming out and saying, new actor for Sauron. And he's like, well, I'm here on set. I'm playing Sauron. So, and then the other was from one of the talk show interviews where I forget who it was, but they were asking him. They showed a picture of him as Anatar and said, "Did you ever in a million years think you'd be able to pull off this look?" He's like, "No, never." But he does, and it's great. And
the wonders of makeup and costumes and prosthetics, but also performance, because he carries himself differently as Anatar than he did as Halbrand, because he understands that this is a new role that he is adopting, and so he is very much playing up different aspects, but it's the same spark at the core and behind the eyes.
Yeah, see, but it's the whole, I always go back to this episode of Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, where one of the villains is like teasing Lois, and he takes a pair of glasses. He's like, Clark Kent, Superman. Clark Kent, Superman. Daily News reporter, superhero. And so that's the beard for Charlie Vickers. So.
I mean, and Hollywood has always had that tradition. Like I loved in the first Wonder Woman movie, the riff about the fact that Diana's putting on the modern clothes for the world, and she puts on the glasses, and it's like, oh yeah, suddenly she's not the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. And it's like just an adjustment or two, and you can do wonders with the magic of movies and TV.
Yeah, no, but yeah, so hence why I said I just want more of those two, because they're knocking it out of the park, and it's so fascinating to watch them, and I do love their interplay when they're convincing. When they're convincing Durin, to try and take the proposal to his father, and Sauron is overstepping, and Celebrimbor, just like talks over him and just sort of gives him. It is kind of funny because overall you've got this notion, this idea of the manipulation and all that, but then to still show some like married couple squabbles in there too is fun, before it gets really super super dark, which based on things I've seen in previews for later in the season, I think I'm going to be crying for Celebrimbor, so might as well get the laughs in while we can.
Yeah, I mean, like, we don't have to pretend that, like, this is not based on well-established lore. We won't go into specifics for anyone who's still watching the show, but the story of Eregion and Celebrimbor is a tragedy, and we definitely have gotten hints of that very much throughout this season already. We've gotten foreshadowing of it with Galadriel's vision of Celebrimbor, and the trailers have also kind of shown that we will be getting much more of that dynamic later in the season. But that's why it's so critical in this early part of the season to establish their working dynamic based on, the prior connection that Celebrimbor had with Halbrand and now with Anatar. And the fact that Anatar is basically allowing Celebrimbor to lead the way to water and pretending that he wasn't the one who led him there, but making Celebrimbor drink that water willingly himself, like the moment when, in the episode 3, when Sauron is basically dropping subtle hints that Gil-galad doesn't want them forging any more rings, and Celebrimbor, who is now all in on the prospect of this being his glorious destiny to create these rings, he's the one who says, well, then I'm going to write to King Gil-galad, and I'm going to lie to him and tell him we're closing up the forge so that we can continue to do our work. And Anatar's like, you would lie to your high king?
And you me going, oh, Celebrimbor, no. Which, hold on a second. Cloaked One, I have it on good authority that you're shackled where you are, so I don't believe you're allowed to go anywhere. but I could be wrong. I don't know. No, seriously, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's God, and and then of course we get that moment where they're forging the dwarven rings, and you know, and Celebrimbor is about to put it in himself, but then all Sauron has to do is he holds out um, his hand, and so he gets a chance to corrupt
Yeah.
the mithril as it goes in there, um, which leads us to leads us right into another conversation, which is the side of the story going on over in Lindon uh, with the Elven Rings,
Yes.
and whether or not it's precarious to be using those. And again, there are some of us who know certain things from knowing the lore. Um, but I would be interested to observe people who aren't familiar with the lore, who only know the movies and and a sort of cursory knowledge of what happens, to see where they're falling on this as they're watching it, because based on what we know about Rings of Power, especially ones that, yes, on the technicality, Sauron did not touch those rings. However, he had touched the mithril, and he was working with Celebrimbor for weeks. So from that perspective, Elrond's alarm bells are well warranted,
Yeah.
and you know the key thing here is that the One Ring has not yet been forged. So,
Yes.
yes, they're getting to see that the Elven Rings can do all these wonderful things. And because they were not directly touched by Sauron, they do appear, in my estimation, like, and based on things that we've seen of the weeks ahead, with how Durin the Third is sort of coveting the ring that he's about to be given. It does seem to me that the Elven Rings do not have the sort of, um, you know, obsessive quality that the rings directly touched by Sauron will have. But they are nonetheless, spoiler alert, they will be under the influence of the One Ring.
Yeah.
However, that has not yet come to pass. So there's both sides of the argument here are true. They are very much saving the elves at this point in time. Um, and but Elrond is right in the fact that it's very dangerous to be wearing.
Yeah.
And so so yeah, it's really, at sometimes I'm wanting to smack Elrond and be like, don't be so narrow-minded, but also but you're right though.
Yeah, no, I mean, and that's one of the brilliances of this early season dynamic. In this first episode, Elven Kings Under the Sky, which I love that title. I've loved all these titles for these episodes. But the fact that we are staging the conflict between this idea of should we be able to use these three rings? Are they agents of good, or are they tools of manipulation for Sauron to, bring about the doom of Middle Earth? And the brilliance of it is, yes, it is both. They are agents of pure, of good, but in the wrong hands, they could be agents of evil. And we're pitting Galadriel and Elrond, two characters who were, extremely close friends throughout the first season and have been for many, hundreds, if not thousands of years. They're now find themselves squarely in opposition to each other because Galadriel, fresh off her experience with Sauron, is almost taking it on just pure determination of will, if not faith, that these rings are the answer. And Elrond is convinced that these rings are, a tool of evil manipulation. And Gil-galad finds himself in a position where, as he points out, that like, yes, they may well be tools of manipulation, but we have been left no choice because of your actions, Galadriel, and Sauron's inadvertently facilitating Sauron's return. So Elrond kind of finds himself against the world in many respects, which is kind of a lonely place for him to be. And so we see a very different side of him. We see the character who was always striving to, live up to the legacy of his father, Erendiel the Mariner, throughout the first season, who had been very reluctant to break a promise to his friend Durin in the first season, even if it meant, potentially dooming his people and defying his king. Here he openly defies his king when Gil-galad demands the rings from him, and he refuses. He leaps off the cliff. And for me, the reason, he does come across in many respects as, kind of someone who is fighting a losing battle, because we know ultimately that not only will the rings, go on, but Elrond will himself one day take up one of the rings, the one that Gil-galad bequeaths to him after his fall. But the reason that the conflict ends up feeling much more balanced is because Elrond goes and gets a new character on his side, a character who I think was one of the absolute highlights of this first half of the season, Ben Daniels as Círdan, the shipwright. He is so good, because as we know, we may know, Círdan is perhaps the oldest and wisest elf in Middle Earth, but really what he comes across as so empathetic and wise and kind from the moment he appears on screen, and you realize that whatever this guy thinks, this is who we should be listening to here. And so when he seems inclined to take Elrond's side and destroy the rings, we're like, maybe that's the right course. But then when he chooses not to, and he shows up wearing the rings, and he tells Gil-galad, no, perfection does not only exist in Valinor. Gil-galad, Celebrimbor brought it here to Middle Earth. That feels like the right choice. And then ultimately it comes down to the scene in the second episode where he tells Elrond, who's feeling very conflicted at this point, yes, these rings, we do not understand these rings. They are agents of great power. They wield power over all forms of life. And in the wrong hands, they could be terrible weapons. But they are in the hands of your most trusted friends. And they can be agents for good as well. And that feels like the right course for this moment. Even ultimately, as you pointed out, once the one ring is forged, then they have to pull back from using these rings. But for now, Círdan is on the right path and guiding Elrond as well.
Although it does plant you said it feels right when he moves forward, but also the way that it's done could also alternatively make you concerned, because it's once he's beholds the rings himself, and you're like, well, that feels very, one ring-ish, that once once you see it, then you become entranced. And so again, I feel like for audiences who don't know the lore as well, this could be a very sort of even debate. And it's one of those times when I'm like, it would be really cool if I didn't know everything that I know, because I'd probably be a bit more like on the edge of my seat for stuff like that. But instead, instead I'm able to just enjoy the great character drama, between these debates between Elrond and Galadriel and Círdan, and Ben Daniels is just absolutely amazing. Like I just love that. And they brought in a killer cast in season 1, but it feels like now they're getting, a who's who of great British stage talent, and it's just, it's amazing. And as I mentioned earlier, and we'll get to later, we've also got Ciarán Hinds this season, and it just feels like, and Rory Kinnear, who's another British actor. It just feels like we're getting spoiled for acting talent in this show.
Yeah, very much like that other great fantasy series, Game of Thrones. You know, as the cast list going on, they got bigger and bigger and bigger names to join the cast, but they're all just perfectly suited to their roles. And Ben Daniels as Círdan, you know, I'm not exhaustively familiar with his work. You know, being the Star Wars guy, I'm probably most familiar with him as General Antok Merrick from Rogue One. But you know, but he in this case he's playing such a different role. He's playing. You believe that this is the oldest and the wisest of the elves, the one who has sent generation after generation on to Valinor, kind of keeping that flame alive, even though he's never, you know, taken that path himself. But he speaks with such authority and such calm certainty that comes with all these years. That's the quality of the performance that I love. Like, for instance, when Elrond is talking about the rings and the fact that he is worried that because they may have been forged in evil, that like they're not safe to use, and Celebrimbor is telling him, you know, judge the work, not the person who made it. Leave that to the one who judges all things. And he relays the story about, you know, the famous Elvish poet Rumil, who was a drunkard, and the famous, you know, Elvish singer Dairon, who was an insufferable prick. His words. But at the moment I love the most is when Elrond tells him, you know, I wish I could know your peace. And Celebrimbor just kind of smiles and says, you know, it is called humility, and it is difficult for most of us to ever grasp that. But you feel it for him. There's not a whiff of arrogance on this guy, even though he has lived for his, you know, longer than any elf living in Middle Earth. He does not wield that power as, you know, as a certainty to even influence the High King. He just speaks what he believes to be the truth, and it carries weight because of the warmth of his presence. And that is just great acting there, in addition to great writing.
And I'm also very happy that I have new ammunition for when I get into art versus the artist debates. I can directly quote Círdan, wisest of all the elves. But yeah, let's pause here for a moment, and I do want to go into other corners of the map, so to speak, but we're going to come back around to Galadriel and Elrond a little later on, because I really want to talk about some of the things that they encounter on the road to Eregion. But let's do the mid-roll right now, even though the stream will go long. But I am trying to make sure we cover all our bases a little earlier, so then if we want, we can spend some time elaborating on some things. But for now, thank you everyone for joining us. This one's a lot of fun, and we're not done yet. We're going to be continuing. Obviously, we're only an hour in. But for next week, we'll be discussing the film Black Swan, which has sort of been on our docket for a while. And we're finally getting around to it. Black Swan, for my money, one of the best films of the 2010s, and the film for which Natalie Portman rightfully won her Oscar. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to talk about that one. And we'll try to talk, about the actual merits of the film, and not just how much we love Natalie Portman, for the whole stream. But yeah, no, that'll be a fun discussion. So I hope you guys enjoy it. Join us for that one. And the week after that, you're going to notice a pattern here. Week after that, we're switching over to a Knights of Kira stream, and we're going to be talking about the film Anna Karenina. So looking forward to that too.
Natalie and Kira forever linked in our hearts and in our discussions. So yeah, Black Swan, as you may have noted, is one we've been teasing for a while, and we've been kind of, other things have kind of taken precedence over time. Yes, we agree. We agree. It's one of our North Stars. But it's going to be a fun and interesting movie to discuss because it is such a riveting psychological drama. And the question of what is real and what is not real hangs very heavy over that movie. But what is unequivocally real is the fact that it is a towering performance from Natalie Portman that is one of those moments where, I remember in the Oscar race, she was always in the contention, but she wasn't considered the favorite. And I think she was up against, I think, like Julie Christie or somebody along those lines. And I was just like, but obviously it's Natalie Portman. And then the award season came around and it's like, oh yeah, it's obviously Natalie Portman. It very much felt to me like Cillian Murphy this past year, where it was just like, we weren't sure if it was going to be Cillian Murphy. It was always going to be Cillian Murphy. But yeah, it's one of the best performances of the decade, and a very rightful Oscar winner in my mind. And then Anna Karenina, that'll be an interesting Knights of Kira stream for us because as part of the fabled Joe Wright trilogy, obviously it holds a special place in our heart, and I really have come to love that movie. But as I think I alluded to in our original Films of Keira Knightley discussion all the way back in 2020, this was a movie that I actually struggled with a bit initially. Not because of the story, but just because of the certain elements of it, that particularly the way it was crafted in its production design, that really challenged me. But over time, I have come to appreciate more and more and more. And so I'll be looking forward to revisiting that one. After
and that'll make for an interesting conversation because for me that was like one of the big things that initially made me love that movie so much was the design of the world and the staging of things and that mix of real life and everything being on a stage. I absolutely love that, so that'll be interesting to have that conversation of me loving that initially and then you having to sort of warm up to it over time. But yeah, no, I love that film. And no, that'll come when we have our Rise of Skywalker discussion.
Let me tell you, John, that is a fight, not a fight, a friendly, that you are going to lose and lose badly because my love for that movie can never be dimmed. But
well, no, and the fight won't be over. Hopefully, not over us trying to change the other's opinion, but we're each going to stay our positions. And to be clear, there's a lot of stuff about that movie that I actually do enjoy, but just overall, it's it doesn't work for me on the whole. But we're going to have a civil discussion about the film, highlighting the things, the places where we agree and where we disagree. And we're going to show the people that a healthy, discussion with disagreement can be had about that film and that it doesn't all have to devolve into yelling and name calling. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, I was going to get into. I was going to get into some other stuff. Maybe we'll save it for the end because I feel like it's a whole other can of worms that I wanted to address the George of it all, shall we say, which we touched on a little bit last week, but some other stuff happened, but maybe I'll just save that until later, because I might derail the whole stream if we do it now. Uh, but yeah, let's dive back in. Let's. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, I want to save the stuff in Rune till after the next land because I feel like we should save Tom for
Yeah.
a little later. But let's talk about the part in the story which I have enjoyed, but nonetheless, there are some things to discuss of some behind the scenes things, and that is the story in the Southlands encompassing Mordor, Pelargir, and all that stuff. And we have someone in the chat who's understandably very upset about some things that transpired behind the scenes there that led to story decisions which I feel conflicted about. I I I do. I still think there's been some great storytelling there this season, but let's just say it: we're missing a cast member, uh, and it's a loss for the show, and I'm bummed about it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, and as you said, we will give a tip of our hat and a hug to our friend Cassie in the chat, who has been very outspoken about this. The absence from the story and from the season of the character of Bronwyn, played by the wonderful Nazanin Boniadi, who had been a highlight of the first season for me, particularly her relationship with Ismael Cruz Cordova's Arondir. I I was so disappointed when I heard that she would not be returning for season 2.
yeah.
And it should be clear that it seems like it was very much the actress's decision, Nazanin's decision, not to return. And that is entirely her prerogative. I do not begrudge her that choice at all, because I do not know the reasons that she made it. There had been speculation it was due to her, ongoing activism for women's rights in Iran. It seems like, and she had very publicly taken a break from acting around this time as well. It seems like those may have been separate, or they may have been linked. I don't know enough to speak about it. What is clear is that when she decided not to come back, the showrunners had a choice to make about how they would handle the character of Bronwyn. And one of the reasons I feel so conflicted about this choice is I cannot tell whether or not this was always the plan. I know what my preference was. I do not particularly love the choice to have Bronwyn die off screen between seasons and have her loss be a driving force of grief for Arondir and Theo going forward. Now, this always could have been the possibility. It is true that Bronwyn did get grievously wounded at the end of the first season. But then it seemed, as Arondir himself says in this season, like she was getting better. And that makes me wonder if it was always the plan to have her die in, say, the first episode, and have like Nazanin come back for the first episode and then be killed off. I can get why she would not want to come back if that were the case. If that was always the plan, I frankly think that the character probably should have died in the first season and had given you more opportunity to deal with it there. But this also makes me wonder if perhaps the choice was made to write her out after the fact, and was there ever any consideration given to recasting the role? Because we have a very similar parallel. We had the character of Adar, who we'll get to in a moment, who was played by Joseph Hall in the first season to brilliant effect. They clearly made the determination, we cannot tell the story of season 2 without the character of Adar, so if Joseph Hall wasn't coming back, we are recasting the role with Sam Hazeldine, who's done a great job. But they did not make that decision with Bronwyn. And whether or not that was always the plan, or if they just made the decision that this was the best way to go. I personally wish they had made a different choice. I wish the character had been recast and that they had continued.
Yeah, I have a theory about this, which is the only one that actually makes sense to me. Based on where they left her character in season 1, I feel like it was unlikely that the plan was just to kill her off in the first episode of season 2. That just feels very anticlimactic, which it was, as it is, and wouldn't have been any less so if the actress had come back for one. Okay, it would have been a little less so, but still, it would have been anticlimactic. My feeling on it is that perhaps the plan was to have her in the season, but that perhaps she was going to die later in the season, and there was going to be a dramatic build up to it, and and all that, and then when the actress opted not to return, um, for whatever reason, they said, well, we don't want to. They made the decision not to recast because there had been such a emotional bond with those characters, maybe, in season 1, and they just couldn't see recasting that and trying to recapture that chemistry only to then kill her off later in the season. So maybe they just decided to push up her death to the beginning of the season instead. But the thing is, we don't know. It's a big question mark, and that's kind of what's going to continue to be frustrating about this. All I know is that I'm really, really bummed that she's not in, this season, and it's, I'm going to try to avoid getting yelled at by Cassie here. It doesn't ruin the season for me. Like, I'm loving what we're getting this season, but it is also, a big, it's an asterisk next, to the whole thing, because I'm like, it's all great, but that, and yeah, I'm trying just to sort of, pick up and move on with it and sort of focus on the story that we are getting with Arondir, and as far as Theo goes, it kind of feels like, maybe they're going to bring him back later on, but for now, it almost feels like they're kind of wrapping up his story too, and just having him go back off to Polardier for, for the duration of this point of the story. And I can't help but feel like, yeah, I really want to know. I don't know if I would like to know what they had, in mind, otherwise, but at the same time, I'm like, maybe I'm better off not knowing, because then I'll just be bummed out about the story that didn't get told. But I don't know. It's like, I'm not gonna lie. It's, it hasn't made me happy, but I'm trying to, as I always say, I like to focus on the things that I do like and the positives. And this season so far has given me so much that is just making me outright giddy and joyous. But I'm trying not to just get bummed out over the thing that I feel is kind of a mistake. I personally, if you're asking me, regardless of what would have happened to the character throughout the season, whether she would have died or whether she would have lived and gone on, I would have voted in favor of a recast if they can bring her back, so, but the die is cast. We can't do anything about it at this point. So
yeah, and in that spirit, I am trying to extend as much, latitude and empathy and gratitude towards the grace towards the showrunners in the story that they are telling, and not just, you know, fixate on the story I wish I'd gotten, which is a continuation of Bronwyn's story, and specifically her love story with the Rondir that I loved in the first season. You know, we don't always get everything we want with these stories. I do think that, you know, it was never a guarantee that, you know, their love story was going to end happily. In fact, the very core concept that it was a story between an immortal elf warrior and a mortal human woman meant that there was always going to be a potential undercurrent of tragedy to it, such as has been the case with all stories of the union between men and elves in Tolkien's Legendarium, whether it was Beren and Luthien, or Aragorn and Arwen, or Tuor and Idril less so. They seem to be pretty happy. But it does mean that I wanted to see that story in full, and it just felt like it got cut off before it was due. And I know that some people didn't respond as well to Arondir and Bronwyn, in fact, because they were original characters. I thought that they were on one of the highlights of the first season. And what I do not believe is that they decided that they just wrote the character out because they thought that she wasn't working. I think that, as I said, it was Nazanin's choice not to come back, and the showrunners had to decide how to deal with that. I do think that in the interest of the story moving forward, the story dealing with Arondir's grief over the loss of the woman he loved and Theo's grief over the loss of his mother, that is a valid direction in which to take the story. It does open up the natural, you know, discussion that has plagued many stories of this type, of the idea of the female character who dies in order to service the stories of her, you know, the male characters who loved her, you know, the fridging trope, to put it bluntly. But again, there were extenuating circumstances here, and I do think that if we're going to make the best of what it is going forward, that it is better to engage with the story on an ongoing basis while acknowledging that I wish things had worked out differently.
Here's the thing, though. Like, when you're backed up against the wall, as far as, okay, there were other things they maybe could have done to, you know, explain why she's not back. But if she was never going to return, then, you know, I don't think it would have served to say, oh, she's off doing this or that. It's like they either had to recast, or it feels like that they had to go with some kind of tragic end for the new characters. So, like, I don't envy them their choice. But like I said, I would have swallowed a recast to continue having the character, even though that would have been very difficult, just because their chemistry together was just so amazing. Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's, you know, it's nothing they were ever going to do here was going to be satisfying, unfortunately. And yeah, I don't know. That's all I can say. I'm not happy with the way things fell out there, and but I'm trying to move forward with it.
Yeah. So, in the interest of moving forward, one thing, what I will say is about the story that they are telling at the moment. You know, it hasn't got. It's only been 2 episodes, so they haven't perhaps gotten a chance to fully explore it. But there has already been some very strong thematic work that has come out of this development, however it arose. One of them was a scene that I believe you alluded to on Twitter. This idea that when Arondir tries to talk to a grieving Theo about the anger that he's feeling over the loss of his mother, and relaying the anger and loss that he felt when his homeland, Beleriand, was consumed during the War of the Wrath, and the fact that it created this desire for vengeance, this rage in him that would have drunk him dry. It's a thirst that can never be slaked. And that is, that's a story that we've seen over and over again in fantasy fiction, in particular in Star Wars, where I always go back to the idea that the lie of the dark side is that you can never, like, you may think you're gaining power and righteousness by giving into your anger, but the trap of the dark side is that once you have had that, felt that power, it will never let you go. It wants you to live in that feeling forever until you are consumed and have nothing else left. And Arondir is trying to tell Theo that, and Theo is not in a position to hear it. He's a boy who misses his mother, frankly, and it's understandable that they don't connect, and that Theo is basically like, everything you were to me is ashes now, so as far as I'm concerned, we never need to speak again. We see them, and we end up seeing them reconcile within the very next episode, which might feel sort of sudden. But in particular, I actually think that it does work for me because there's an intervening scene that does not involve Arondir, but it involves Theo overhearing Isildur talk about his mother to Estrid.
Which, by the way, can I just say these episodes left me in a puddle of tears, just with dead mothers. Wasn't prepared for all that. That was tough. For me, the thing with Theo is that, like, he's understandably, like, in this place where he's just very angry, and grief does that to you. I never felt he was directly blaming Arondir for his mother's death. I just think he's very angry right now, and if anything, I think that scene where he overhears Isildur sort of reflects what he's feeling inside of. There's some self-blame going on there as well, which ties back to season 1, when he thinks that, so much of what's happened is his fault, and so he's taking a lot on himself. So I think there's even a bit of that in lashing out at Arondir, where I don't think he actually blames Arondir for what happened. I think he blames himself. But when you're feeling all that sadness and anger, like, you're just going to lash out at the person who's trying to comfort you. Because, of course, when you're dealing with that kind of pain, the very last thing you want is to be comforted. I say that as someone who got sick and tired of hearing things like, your mother would want you to be happy, and she's in a better place, and it's like, shut up, I don't want to talk to you. And so, I think it's very so I wasn't taken aback by the fact that they have a reconciliation at the end of episode 4. That actually felt pretty natural to me. Arondir has just gone in and saved Theo, and Theo's been through a tense situation where he was fearing for his life, which probably knocked some sense in him as being like, this guy is the guy who loved my mother. He's not my enemy, and actually the better thing to do is to find comfort in each other, and sometimes it just takes a little bit of time, and perhaps, being held in an ant cage to get that message through. But I like, which, by the way, and we're going to get into this. I just mentioned the ends. I loved the way that whole because I'm going to talk about how the writers really had me fooled there as for who was holding Theo, because they sucker punched me there and then rewarded me in the best possible way. But we'll get to that in a second. I pointed out that what Arondir says to Theo, because Because it is something that I need to be reminded of, and stories like The Lord of the Rings and Star Wars as well are constantly reminding me that anger is not a good thing. It's you want to step back from that, and you want to embrace love and kindness, um, and I quoted that in reference to a temper tantrum that I had a couple days ago, which you know, again we'll get into that, in the after party of the stream, so to speak. But but like, something that I feel I'm justified in being a little annoyed about, but I kind of went a bit too far with uh, making a number of posts online where I was just kind of venting a lot in a not so positive way, and then I think it was later that evening I watched this episode or these episodes, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That's not the way you want to be. You want to, to switch over to Star Wars for a second. You do want to follow the path of the light side and not the dark side. So
Yeah. Yeah, and obviously, anger is a very natural emotion. We see that even in stories that are warning about the dangers of anger, like Star Wars and like Lord of the Rings here. But it's the idea that you cannot allow yourself to be ruled by it. You cannot allow yourself to live in that, and that you also cannot allow yourself to believe that like that is the source and the pathway to power. The idea that as Yoda says, like no, it is the dark side is quicker, easier, more seductive, but once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny. And in many respects, it's harder to walk the path of the light and path of forgiveness. We in episode 4, one of the things that exactly.
which I would point out, I like me getting angry should have been one post online, and I got my point across. Being controlled by my anger was me shit posting all day, over and over. So I do think I was being controlled by my anger a little bit, but yeah.
we all have our battles. But yeah, the idea that as Winter Blossom, who an Entwife, this is one of those things that we're just like, oh my god, I can't believe we're actually getting to see this on screen.
We got Entwife.
Yeah, and she's played by the lovely Olivia Williams alongside the great Jim Broadbent as
which I did not even know. I looked at the credits today and I saw that. I was like, what?
But yeah, it's just like it's and who knows if we're going to get any more of them this season. But this one episode really kind of hammered down the idea that they were talking about, the idea that as Winter Blossom says, forgiveness takes an age. And for ancient beings like the Ents, who, as they were they had tended this forest for generations before the mountains split it, and knew all these trees from root and acorn until a bunch of orcs came through and just cut through them indiscriminately without even realizing what they were taking. Yes, it was very powerful, Cassie. And it's like it's beautiful and it's thematic because we see the echoes of this throughout all the other storylines, in particular, the storyline with Durin and his father. But for Theo's storyline in particular, and for Arondir, it'll be very interesting to see how this echoes for them going forward, because Arondir is an immortal elf still, having not yet sacrificed his immortality to be with Bronwyn. He will have to live with this for as long as his long life will take him, assuming he does live and doesn't perish fighting the war against Adar and the orcs. Theo, on the other hand, he's a mortal man, a mortal child, and he will not have an age to learn how to forgive. We feel like he's on the path, but that is one of the reasons why his fate is so interesting, because it does feel, as you said, that they could be just leaving the character over here for now, allowing him to park himself as the Lord of Pelagir, and then perhaps we'll revisit him a season or two down the line. Cassie had alluded to earlier in the chat, there are very prevalent theories out there that one of the reasons that Theo is being named Lord of Pelagir is that so he can be one of the lords who receives one of the 9 rings from Sauron and gives us a face on the Nazgul. I don't know if that's the direction the story is going. If it is, that's a pretty tragic spin to put on it. And I don't know how I feel about that in the context of this scene. But I do think that this scene in particular was meant to show us that, you know, whatever shape forgiveness takes, we all have to find our own pathway there. And sometimes forgiveness is too great an act for one person alone. And sometimes it requires both parties.
Yeah, I will point out what Cassie has said. Arondir wouldn't have the choice before him because that's a choice given to the descendants of Beren and Luthien. So that's the only thing I would say about that. But yeah, no, I just, you know, yeah, we're cutting right into the end. So I will just say, like, that whole, well, like I said before, the 4th episode just was like a gift, you know, to just like all these wonderful magical things and in Tolkien's, you know, legendarium, and just felt like, you know, I don't know, it just made me smile so much. And yeah, the fact that, like, because of course in the episode 3, when we see Theo and the Wildmen taken, in a few scenes before that, we're introduced to Damrod, the troll. And so, you know, they sucker punched me. I thought totally that it was, you know, that they were taken by trolls. You know, and then it should have been a giveaway to me when, you know, Arondir sees the petals and stuff, but I still wasn't, you know, I hadn't gone there yet. And then when we find out that not only are those, you know, were they taken by Ents, but the petals are from an Ent wife, you know, and I'm just like, I love the show for giving me these wonderful treats, you know, like this. Just, yeah, so absolutely wonderful. But let's talk a little bit about what leads us up to this, you know, at this point. Let's talk about, you know, we mentioned Isildur,
Yes.
which, by the way, I actually love his little mini adventure, you know, that we get before he joins up with the other characters, in which, you know, involves, you know, him being, you know, saved by, oh, what's his horse's name? I'm blanking.
Beric, the best boy
Beric,
Beric is
of course, Beric. And it had a very, like, with like the locales and like the mud and the water and stuff. I had a very never-ending story vibe. I'm just like, I know I'm probably traumatizing people. They're like images of bad things happening to Beric, but I'm saying I'm glad that didn't happen. But I was very much reminded of that, and so so I'm glad that Beric is okay for now.
Yeah, no, I mean, Beric is very much, even though he's a horse, he's very much, you know, the dog in this this analogy. Like, they wouldn't dare. I think that, but as you pointed out, this was kind of an interesting place to pick up a story, because one of the very minor frustrations I had with the end of season 1 was the sense that it left Isildur's fate on a cliffhanger, in the sense that we last saw him getting buried in the house after the eruption of Mount Doom, and then we never saw him again. And then Elendil believes he's dead, which ends up becoming a very important point in the Númenórean story. But obviously, we as Lord of the Rings fans, and even people who have just seen the movies, we know Isildur is not dead. So I kind of felt like, well, why are they, pretending that he's dead? But obviously, we were always going to pick back up with his story, and I think we're actually going to get a very interesting, case study with him of like the man who was like left behind and now has to make his own way in Middle Earth, and all the perils that await. Let us not forget that the moment we first see Isildur in season 2, who is he being held prisoner by? Shelob.
Little baby Shelob.
I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know how old Shelob is exactly supposed to be. Like, she's clearly not like the big honking tank
people
that she
were
is.
calling a 50-year-old Grogu baby Yoda, so I can call this baby Shelob.
Baby Shelob, yeah. I mean, like, yeah, but obviously she's still more than capable. Lest us forget her just when she's disturbed and she hops on that orc's head and literally like rips it to pieces. This is a pretty brutal show at times. But and obviously, like, this is a sequence that's just more there for action and lore, but I really dug it because it shows just how immediately dangerous this new area of Mordor has become, and like the fact that evil has already taken root here, and Shelob has, Shelob will reside in this area, which I think is meant to be kind of the area that will become Cirith Ungol, the passes above, like, in this area.
But even if it's not, he's got lots of time to relocate.
To relocate, maybe she'll, maybe like Tom Bombadil, she's got a summer house. But yeah, it was just like, this was one of those things I'm like, I don't need there to be a larger reason for why Shelob is here. It makes sense that she would be here. It makes sense that she would be preying on the fallen in this area. So like, let's just have a cool moment with her. But when it sets up,
I'm really glad that they more or less just went with a very similar, if not the same design as what Shelob was in Return of the King, except smaller. It's one of the things that I've enjoyed about the show, even though they have had some fun, like putting their own spin on, like, the costume design and stuff, but it all feels still very rooted in those Alan Lee, John Howe, designs that have been established. And I believe Alan, one or both of them is on Rings of Power as well. I don't remember if it's, but it's like, I've always been very happy that they don't necessarily feel the need to reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
With their design choices in this show, it just feels more like an extension of what was established in the films, and so to see that Shelob looked very much, like Shelob from the Peter Jackson film made me happy, especially because I remember PJ's fear of spiders and the fact that he made certain to select a look that would terrify him, so that just made me really happy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the open secret is that like the Rings of Power and Peter Jackson's adaptations are not supposed to be connected. They're supposed to be separate. But we live in the real world where these are both fictional shows, and we have the imagery that became so iconic in the Peter Jackson films. And I'm glad that the Rings of Power is embracing that. The orcs in this series look like the orcs from Peter Jackson's series.
And
they sound like the orcs. And Shelob looks like Shelob, and the elves look like the elves, and the dwarves look like the dwarves. And it just is like, this is supposed to be the same world, even if it's two different creative teams from two different sources. It feels of a piece to me, which is how it should be. And in particular, but one of the things that is kind of an interesting point of contrast, is to tie it back to where we were, is the character of Isildur, because in Peter Jackson's adaptation, and in the Tolkien's books, we primarily know of Isildur as this figure of great tragedy and perhaps folly, because of he is a hero who cuts the ring from Sauron's hand and then he makes the fatal mistake of not being able to destroy it. And that brings about the doom of his house until ultimately his heir, many years down the line, Aragorn, is able to kind of redeem.
Which, by the way, like you mentioned in the first season, can I just say like how like gutted I am by the fact that you know, because it's brought up again, and we get more of an elaboration on it in these episodes, that Isildur's mother died by drowning, and just thinking of how Isildur dies, that's just so sad and depressing, and like gears us up for the tragedy of this character, you know, early on.
Which is one of the goals, the stated goals of the showrunners, was that they wanted us to get to meet Isildur at a different and earlier point in his life and get more context and more humanity so that he would be a tragic figure by the end.
Yeah.
Because we know where his story is ultimately leading. But whereas certain characters feel more or less like just a step or two away from the characters we'll come to know in the main Lord of the Rings series, Isildur feels like he has many more steps to go on his journey. And in particular, it's because he's so young, you know, and this is where the choice to have him be left behind in Middle Earth becomes a very rich storytelling ground, because now he is on his own. He has to fend for himself. He feels somewhat abandoned. He spent all of the first season trying to get away to find the real Numenor. He was chafing against the duty that Elendil had offered him up as a member of the Sea Guard. He was searching for something greater. And now he finds himself in the position where, as he kind of jokes with Theo, he's like, I heard there were grander things in Middle Earth, but now he kind of wants to get back home. But ultimately, it really comes down to the fact that he's still searching for his purpose. And we get that great moment with Estrid, which, you know, obviously they're setting up a romantic connection between her. I would not be surprised if she's Isildur's first future queen, because we had never heard her name in Tolkien's Legendarium. I think that she's going to be Isildur's betrothed eventually, if she's not now. But that scene with them by the fire that I alluded to earlier in the context of the Theo overhearing it, where Isildur talks about his mother, and the fact that we'd always heard in the first season that Isildur was very devastated by the loss of his mother, as was Elendil. But to hear the full story here, and to hear it for the first time, as Elendil says, as Isildur says, he's never told anyone this, that he believes it was his fault because he swam out too far and his mother tried to save him and she drowned instead of him. And his whole idea of like searching for the real Numenor and something greater is recontextualized when he has that line of, ever since then, I've been trying to do something that would prove worthy of the sacrifice that she made for me. And Estrid telling him, I don't know if you can be worthy of something like that. You just need to accept it as a gift, because that she gave willingly because you were precious to her. And given the fact that we've talked about like the whole idea of gifts and them being corrupted in the form of Anatar, this is the purest form of a gift. Isildur's mother did this for no other reason than she loved her son and she wanted him to live. And
which, by the way, can I just say, I really hope that Isildur has a conversation with Elendil where he does tell him this, and that Elendil just responds by giving him a big hug.
Yeah.
And because that is not something you should carry around, you know, as a burden on your own. I just felt so bad for Isildur when he said that. And it's like, no, man, you need to relieve yourself of that burden.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's classic survivor's guilt, but also in tying into the idea of Isildur like searching for a greater purpose and in imbuing this desire to live up to the sacrifice his mother made for him. That places the weight of almost tragic destiny directly upon his shoulders, because we know this is what he'll be searching for his entire life. This is probably the burning, wound or desire at his heart that the ring will be able to seize on and corrupt eventually.
Oh God, you're right. Which means he's probably not going to unburden himself. Oh God.
But I do hope that he gets that moment with Elendil, because we'll get into the Númenórean story eventually, but it's clear that ultimately this is a family that loves each other so very much, and even though they had their friction throughout the first season,
even if it causes certain members of that family to make horribly misguided decisions.
Well, I mean, like I said, we'll get into the Númenórean storyline, but it is notable. The character of Aarion is going the direction I thought they would go with that character. Notably, a character who is, probably original to this show and probably not going to make it back to Middle. But I just think that Isildur is ultimately what he's really possessed by in this scene is like he just wants to prove that it wasn't a mistake, that he has a greater, purpose to serve, and he will go on to do great things. He becomes a king of Gondor. Like, it is not for nothing that he is the one who cuts the ring from Sauron's hand, even though he falls prey to it later. But it's just a fact of the whole idea of that, like, forgiveness takes an age. So does grief. So does, finding your place in this world. Sometimes Isildur is a character who is ultimately always going to be searching for something. And I think that getting a story like this in a context like this, where he is out of his element, he is in a strange land, and he's having to make his own way, will make that feel all the richer when it finally reaches its logical narrative conclusion.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to when the House of Elendil takes the throne, because the Númenórean throne is not in good hands at the present moment.
Okay. Did you want to just talk about Númenor now? Because this is the one storyline that, it was only in one episode of the first 4. It's the one that feels the most like it's setting up things to come later.
Okay, can I just say, I feel really bad for that eagle.
If giant eagles could talk.
It's like, don't worry, Muriel, I got you, girl. And it's like, oh shit, this did not go how I planned.
Thanks to the nefariousness of Lord Belgazar, or how's that how you say it? Played by Will Keane, who is Daphne Keane's father. Funnily enough, who is also in his Dark Materials that I've been watching, as another very despicable character. But yes, it's just the fact that that scene was darkly hilarious as well as being tragic, because yes, as Cassie alludes to, it's like the eagle, the eagle thought it was doing a good thing here. It was just going to show up, get some Númenórean fresh fish, and bless Muriel's coronation. And then when he starts, when the crowd starts chanting Pharazôn and he's like screaming, it's like he's like, no, fuck this. This is not what I intended. And he just flies off, but the damage is done at this point.
See, that was the point where I was like, can we like mix together ingredients from different shows, and have, instead of an eagle, let's have it be one of the dragons from House of the Dragon, and let's just roast certain people in the crowd.
But the Númenórean politics are, like we had talked about, that the fact that obviously what they're setting up here is the dynamic between the faithful and the Kingsmen, embodied by Muriel and Pharazôn, who will eventually perhaps marry, if this is the direction that they follow from Tolkien. But I do think that this is meant to show us, as we talked about in our discussion of the last season, one of the ways they're doing this is by showing the House of Elendil divided against itself. because Elendil is obviously perhaps Muriel's most stalwart ally at this point. And perhaps there's a little bit more going on because there's some shots in the trailer where the two of them seem very close, and I've seen a fair few people shipping Elendil and Muriel, which I'm frankly on board for.
Hey, I'm one of
them. But obviously, you know, Elendil, we know, is an incredibly noble and steadfast character, and I'm fascinated by what they're going to be doing with this dynamic, because one of the things I'd read in the preseason interview is that Elendil, you know, had started out as like a sea captain and a petty lord who was kind of, you know, not really at the center of Númenórean politics. But now that he's effectively like Muriel's closest ally, one of the things that will go on this season is he will kind of get to be Muriel's eyes and ears and kind of learn about the politicking that will enable him to eventually become the king of the Númenóreans who survived the doom. And specifically, you know, shouting out actors. Yeah, Lloyd Owen, who plays Elendil, still fantastic. Still one of the best.
Like, I said this on the previous stream, but like, you know, even though I didn't necessarily remember this was him initially, but like, you know, Lloyd Owen played the young Henry Jones Sr. in the Young Indiana Jones Chronicles. And so, like, subconsciously, he's like been ingrained as like a sort of parent authority figure from, you know, back when I was little. And so, like, yeah, his presence as Elendil and just that, you know, his physical presence, but also that voice, you know, he's just like, he's so fantastic in this role. And like, you know, you talked about how Isildur kind of has to grow into the figure that he's going to be by the time of the, you know, the last alliance and when he, you know, becomes King of Gondor, and his eventual fall, of course. Elendil doesn't really have to grow into that as much. This feels like, you know, this feels like, oh yeah, Aragorn's descended from this dude.
Yes.
You know, you don't have any trouble imagining that at all.
No. He is very much like, you know, certain characters need to go through like a big arc, changing a lot. Some characters just need to go to grow a little and change a little because they're already so steadfast. Elendil is one of those characters. And yes, Cassie, Lloyd Owen has taken this place alongside Richard Dormer and Charles Dance as like great, you know, fantasy voices who I could just listen to read almost anything, because they just have that quality and that timbre. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see Elendil kind of gain that political like side to him as he helps Muriel navigate this viper's nest that the court of Númenor has become. And I do think that even though it can be frustrating, it is a narratively smart and interesting choice to give a character who Elendil loves, his daughter, a voice on the other side of that conflict, in Aarion, who seems to be coming enmeshed more with the Kingsmen side of the dynamic. And I think it's important that she's being driven there by her grief for Isildur, because she did not want him to go to Middle Earth. And it's not just because she apparently has this sweet thing going on with Kemen, Pharazôn's son, which, you know, that's not her best choice. But
yeah, here's the thing, like maybe I'd be a bit more on, you know, I don't want this to come across as negative, because I think the actress is doing a great job, you know, and you know, there's a lot of good things about it, but I just do wish that I felt a bit more sympathy with her position, where like she's aligning herself with a bunch of, you know, dicks, basically. So I'm like, oh, I just wish there was a little bit more, you know, for us to feel, you know, like sympathy for her actually, you know, taking that side. But
I
yeah, I think I probably highlighted on the last stream that this was probably one of the things that worked a little less for me. But not everything's gonna,
yeah.
tick every box.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I think that this is a case of like, because we've only gotten one episode worth of this story so far in the first half of this season, this feels more like the setup. Because obviously Numenor will go on to play a role of huge importance in, not only perhaps not as much in this season, but like future seasons for sure. And Pharazôn and Miriel and Elendil and will become like towering figures. Eventually leading up to Numenor's fall. And I do think that one of the things about Aarion, an original character, albeit one who I feel like it's totally natural that she would be in this world, is the fact that we're going to start off with her kind of in a place more of like righteous anger, and perhaps we will gain sympathy for her as she starts to realize perhaps that the people that she has aligned herself with are not in fact have the best interests of Numenor at heart. And I think that in part, that's a journey that she would need to go on as a character. That is a journey that will allow Elendil to have another point of conflict, because Elendil was obviously incredibly loyal to Miriel. Who is the one person who could perhaps test that loyalty is his daughter, who is now on, who he loves, who is perhaps aligning herself politically opposite him. So I do think there's rich ground to grow in that storyline. I do think that Emma Horvath, who plays Aarion, is doing a good job portraying that grief and that anger that feels earned. But yeah, obviously we're not meant to be as sympathetic to her choices because our sympathies are coded towards Miriel and Elendil. But I do think she is far more sympathetic than Pharazôn and Kemen and Belazar. So she is an essential perspective on that way, because otherwise it just becomes a little too black and white. And I think and the fact that Aarion will probably, forecasting forward, I'm guessing she will probably not survive the events of this series because she is not mentioned in Tolkien's, future writings. I think that is meant to underscore the tragedy.
Yes, I think she'll find herself swept away, shall we say?
Yeah, I think so.
No, and I will say I may have some issues with Aarion, but I'm no such issues with Emma Horvath.
No, she's a very beautiful, and something that's just what she is. She is, and a great actress too. And I will just say the other thing about this Numenorean story. I know we'll get him eventually, but god damn it, where's Anarion? I know he's hanging out on the western side of of Numenor, but come on, man, you need to show up.
Yes, that's what I was getting at, Cassie.
Yes.
Trying to not I'll leave it to someone in the chat to say that, so I don't have to say it. No, because it would be really great to get to more of a presence in Numenor from the faithful.
Yeah,
because we have Elendil and Isildur, who's now in Middle Earth, and obviously the king was very among the faithful, but the rest of them are just kind of off on this other part of Numenor, and so it would be nice to get more of a balanced view, because those are the people that we're going to be rooting for come the Battle of the Last Alliance. That's the Numenor that we're going to be cheering on. So it feels like, I'm very much anticipating them making their way into the story. So,
yeah, I think I know we'll get them eventually. The only question is whether or not I suspect it'll probably be season 3 at this point. But as the story on Numenor expands, we'll need to bring more characters in, and I think we'll get them. but I want him now.
Oh, but didn't you hear? There's not going to be a season 3 because certainly they're going to cancel this show. Now, we were lucky to get a second season, didn't you hear? No, never mind that. That then there's already been a commitment for 5 seasons, but why let facts get in the way of baseless online speculation? But yeah,
Amazon doesn't need the money; they're going to be fine.
But yeah, no, I want to just kick and do various horrible things to, Farazan and Kemen and their new whoever this dude is who just showed up.
Lord Belgazar, who I had alluded to earlier, the fact that perhaps Theo might become one of the Nazgul. It is Tolkien canon that 3 of the people that Sauron eventually gives the 9 to are Numenorian lords. He could be one of those guys. I could see that.
That tracks.
Yeah. So we'll see. But because you mentioned how detestable at times Kemen and Farazan can be, I think Farazan is a little bit more like grounded. Kemen is kind of a little bit more of the heel. I love the scene where Valandil, Isildur's friend, overhears them scheming, and he just goes and he straight shuts Kemen up. He's basically like, if you insulted the queen, and I'm insulting you now, and if you aren't going to back down, we will take this outside to a fight that you will lose. And if I made myself plain, and Kemen's like, plain enough for now.
I also love the fact that Kemen is the son of Farazan, who is at that point the second in command of all Numenor, and he's not even lifting a finger at that point. He's like, no, then I'm fine if my son gets the shit beat out of him.
Yeah.
Which actually kind of is a point in Farazan's favor, I have to say. But
the Numenorians seem to be a bit lax with their security towards their royal officials, because there's also the lady who just straight up walks up and hits Muriel across the face. And if this were Game of Thrones, that lady would have been losing a hand and thrown to the kennels, by now.
Well, no, and the fact that she doesn't, and that's a testament to Muriel and the fact that she is, a fair and kind ruler.
Yes.
With actual empathy for the people she's ruling, I have a feeling that if anybody comes up and tries to slap Farazan, we're going to see a different result there.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's nothing good happening over in Numenor. Except for, once again, the Muriel and Elendil, blossoming romance. I'm just gonna say what it is, okay?
Yeah, I mean, this I don't feel like hiding my shipper flag. I'm definitely shipping Muriel and Elendil, even though I know, I think ultimately Muriel's probably going to end up married to Farazan in a political marriage of convenience, but that'll just make the longing between Elendil and Muriel all the more potent. So, we'll get that fuel anyway.
Oh, God. Okay, let's venture over to the lands of Rune.
Yes.
Where, and I'm, to be clear, I'm really super happy that Poppy joined them, but I was living for the, should we just call him Gandalf?
Yes. After that conversation in episode 2 about his name, he's like, no one can give you a name, you just know it in your heart. And I'm
and maybe we should find him a dand.
Yes. I think we will have a more interesting conversation about the identity of a certain wizard when we talk about the Dark Wizard. For now, I think it's pretty freaking clear that the stranger is Gandalf, and I'm okay calling this such.
Oh, yes. Okay, so the stranger, probably Gandalf, and Nori. Like, I was living for the road show of the two of them because it was like that whole, like, yeah,
Mhm.
it's like, no,
No.
no, I don't think so. And it's like, come on, you know, it worked last time. Have you forgotten what happened last time? Then when he's like, further, Nori, further. It's just so much fun just watching the two of them. But I am so like beyond happy that Poppy was following them, and I love the fact that she's like, well, you didn't really get very far.
Yeah. This was one of those things where like the farewell between Nori and Poppy at the end of season 1 was so like beautiful that it feels a little strange that Poppy just pops up in the first episode. But also I love them so much together that I don't care. We still have
This is the thing that I feel like might feel a little more awkward for people who are just watching like the whole show straight through, but I'm okay with it because we had a 2-year break. So it's like, you know, and there's a conversation going on about, is it okay that's TV, that a lot of TV shows like this are actually long movies? And, or whether they should try more to be more like TV shows or, what have you. I think what a TV show is has been redefined and it can be many different things. But by looking at this more like, season 1 was a movie, a long extended film, and the fact that we had a 2-year break. So it's like, that was a powerful emotional ending, but it was 2 years ago. People loved Nora and Poppy, so by popular demand, and maybe that factored into it. Maybe the fact that those two just worked so well together. Who knows? Maybe she wasn't originally, supposed to join back up. But I'm fine with the fact that she's back. Like I said, we've had a 2-year break in between. Like, I got very emotional at the end of season 1, and I was very, very happy, when she showed up in these early episodes. So yeah, I'm good with it.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I said, it was just something I noted, and then I was like, I'm just happy to have Nori and Poppy back together again, and to have, and there's a reason for Poppy to be there because they had kind of hinted that she would be taking up some of Sadek's trail finding, instincts, and the fact that she immediately like puts those skills to use, and they tie it back in beautifully with the idea that the walking song that she had sung in the first season that was so beautiful and lyrical actually has a narrative purpose because it's the directions that get through.
I love that they brought that back and that it has such importance. And yeah, I thought that was so, and just a chance to hear those lyrics again and to have the score backing it up. And because that was like one of my favorite moments of season 1. Not a big narrative moment, but it was, very beautiful. And yeah, so there's some. I'm just going to jump all over the place, because we've got some new characters, some new to screen characters, but also some just new characters. We've got the Dark Wizard played by the great Kieran Hines, who I got no idea who this guy's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Because and I know that I haven't looked, but I'm guessing that's causing a ruckus in certain corners. But I'm fine with it because it's like it's uncharted territory, and like, it's nice to sort of, not know some things and be sort of have it left open because I haven't like because Tom refers to him as an Istar, and it seems like Tom knows just about everything. So, so in that way, I'm like, okay, maybe I should believe that, or maybe it's someone who's just positioning himself as an Istar. Maybe he's a charlatan, or maybe he's just a powerful sorcerer, not necessarily a wizard. You know, I feel like we don't completely have a definitive answer on that yet. But by God, like he's just Kieran Hines just brings the screen presence, and like he's he's very good at you know giving off malevolent vibes, and so I'm here for it. You
Yeah,
know.
I'm here for the Game of Thrones, among other great shows too. Rings of
Hi,
Power.
AK.
Hi, AK. With Robert Aramayo and Joseph Mall, and now Kieran Hines and Jim Broadbent and Kevin Eldon and a bunch of people coming over from Game of Thrones to this show. But in terms of the Dark Wizard, there are two things we can kind of separate out. His identity and then the role that he's playing in the larger story. And so just to touch on the identity first, who is he supposed to be? This is a mystery I'm content to let play out. Obviously, when we think evil wizard in opposition to Gandalf, we're going to think Saruman, and he certainly kind of looks like he could be a proto-Saruman. Now, we know that Saruman starts off as an agent of good and then becomes, corrupted later. But this is an area of the story that we've never explored. He could still be an early version of Saruman who gets redeemed before he goes bad again later. He could be one of the Blue Wizards because one of the very few things we know about the Blue Wizards is that they do have ties to Rune in the East, but they were supposed to be, I think, better, good people who were helping against Sauron. I feel fairly confident he isn't Radagast. That's the one bold proclamation I'll make. But I think he also could be someone who is outside of the 5 Istar that we know from Tolkien's Legendarium. And that would be just fine for me too, because right now the role that he is kind of playing is as the dark mirror to the Stranger / Gandalf's story. And he is a suitably compelling antagonist in the fact that, one of the first things we see him doing is bringing to heel the Dweller, who was this terrifying and mysterious figure from season 1, and he basically just puts her in her place immediately. And he has the Easterlings in his thrall, and he seems to be in full command of his powers. So he's a formidable adversary. And I think he works as someone who will allow the Stranger / Gandalf to come into his full powers without having him go up directly against Sauron yet. But in particular, I'm just living for like the vibes and the aesthetic of this entire era, because this entire quarter of the story, because the lands of Rune and the Easterlings were always meant to be a little bit more mysterious. We never directly journeyed there during Tolkien's, main story. But we heard about them. We saw them in passing in the Lord of the Rings films with a very evocative design. And I love the masks on the Gaudrim Raiders and how cool and mysterious they are.
And that's what I'm enjoying so much about this part of the story, is that it's somewhere we have never been before. And you could say the same about Numenor in the first season, but that was also rooted in something that we did know, which was the race of men from Gondor, and that Numenor is where that's rooted back to. So even though it was new, it had some familiar vibes to it. This just feels so totally new and different from what we've seen before. And it just, side note, I do want to say I'm really happy that the Dweller is back.
Yes.
Because that was such a great character from season 1, and so it's very happy. And and speaking of like new characters, we get to meet some stewards here, which I'm going to try and bring up. Oh yeah, the character of Mary Mac, also according to him, known as Nobody. I think he's misinterpreting some things there. He feels like such a instantly iconic design for this, different division of halflings and, sort of proto hobbit, and I loved just, his ears, the whole wild hair design. I thought it was really, he just felt like an instantly memorable character. And
Yeah.
I love the fact that there's like also instantly some vibes between Poppy and Nori's like, what the heck is going on?
Yeah, I obviously we picked up on that, and Nori was kind of giving it a little bit of the side eye, but I think that's going places between old with Merrimack and Poppy, and good for those two crazy kids. But yeah, he was just. This is another element that I just thought was so cool because we had kind of spent the first season, talking about the fact that the Harfoots are obviously our proto hobbits, but they are not fully hobbits, especially because they don't have a home. They're migrants. They're wanderers. Here we meet a new collection of hobbits, Stores, who feel even older and more grounded, led by one of the great names, Gundabal Earthhauler, played by Tanya Moody, who is not taking any sass in her debut. But the hobbits always feel like a little bit of a lighter corner of the story in certain respects, but they also gave us one of the most beautiful moments of this entire first 4 episodes when we learn about the wandering ancestor of Sot Sadik Burrows, who left in search of the Suzat, a green land with soft holes soft hills that you could dig a hole in and live in for what could that be?
Does that remind you of anything?
What could that be? And obviously, they're barely concealing it. If they would have just called it the Shire, it would have been. But I love that they gave it a more ancient name and makes it feel more mythical and unattainable. That we're still many generations from the hobbits taking up residence in the Shire, but even 1,000 years before that, that dream was still in their minds and hearts, and I just love that so much.
Yeah, that just filled me with warm fuzzies. I'm like, oh, you guys will get there. Well, maybe not you guys specifically, but your people will get there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so great, and and I just love the fact that they remarked that the Stores, they're like Harfoots in holes. It's like, oh, what a concept. But no, I love them, and it just I don't know what the Stores reminded me of. It gave me vibes of I'm sure I'm probably recalling some older fantasy film from the 80s or something, but it just felt rooted in something very familiar fantasy to me. I just can't put my fingers on it, but also it's maybe that's the power of it. They did such a great job of making making things, even new things in the show, feel like they're old and rooted in some tradition, and I loved it because, like I said, these characters instantly felt like they were part of the fabric of Middle Earth, and it was just so wonderfully done. But before Nori and Poppy encounter the Stores, they're separated from the stranger at the well, because the stranger thinks he's found his staff, but it's not quite it's not quite there yet, and so he unleashes this big storm that takes care of the problem of the people chasing them, but separates Nori and Poppy from him. And so while they encounter the stores, uh, the stranger runs into another new but familiar character.
Mhm.
And have I just been waiting the whole stream just to get
Yes, yes.
get to him? I don't care what any of you say. I love Tom, and I think he works brilliantly in this show. I know there are people struggling with it. I'm like, why? It's so brilliant and wonderful. And yeah, no, I I don't care what you say. Tom Bombadil has entered, and he's amazing and wonderful.
Yes. Yeah, no, this entire discussion of Rune and this entire perhaps stream has been a lead up to this moment where we get to discuss Tom Bombadil. And one of the most mysterious characters in all of Tolkien's legendarium, one of the most debated, but just such a joyful spark of life and fresh air into a show that was already teeming with it. I am I'm on record, and as I know you are as well, that we believe that Peter Jackson made the correct choice in not including Tom Bombadil in his movie adaptations. Yes, it just even for the extended versions of the movies, which are delve into so much of the Tolkien lore and the world, the Tom Bombadil adventure with the hobbits between the Shire and Bree always felt like something that, as Jackson himself and and J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay have said, it would be one of the first things you would cut out of any movie adaptation because narratively you can get by without it. But that doesn't mean something wasn't lost with that. I mean, I also thought that there was an interesting narrative reason to exclude him in the sense that the fact that Tom Bombadil is, kind of apart from the evil that has plagued the world to the point he's not even affected by the ring. I always thought that that was going to be a difficult thing to work into a story that was really about no one can resist the evil of the ring. So, which is another one of the adaptation choices that they made to have Faramir be more susceptible to it. But that doesn't mean I didn't miss the character. It was just I get why he wasn't in the movies, and I am 100% okay with that decision. But I always was it would be cool to see him at some point.
Well, here's the thing, in the body of the Lord of the Rings, Tom Bombadil does not have any crucial narrative importance. Because in the very Tom way, he's not crucial to the story. He's just Tom, and he's there, and he's Tom in all his Tomness, and that's what makes him so great. But again, very understandable why, if you were making a 3-film adaptation of The Lord of the Rings and you're looking for things to cut out, yes, the number one thing is, Tom, you're out. But what's so great here is that this is a new story,
yes.
And they found a way that they felt they wanted to bring Tom into the story. And also because this is a new place for the character, both in terms of story and locale too, they're free to do different things with him. So he can be of narrative importance in this story. And we've only had him for one episode, but I think he's just amazing. And I love that, I feel like they're both allowing him to be very Tom, but also it does feel a bit more down to earth, maybe, than the book version of Tom, which is very, out there. And I think they found just the right balance for the character.
Yeah.
And if you're one of those people who say, no, he feels really out of place, reminder, this was an episode that also had barrow wights and ents and all kinds of fantastical things. Why is, a hermit out of bounds? Yeah, no, I think it just worked like gangbusters, and I love the fact that the first we get of him is him just singing to himself. And yes, we do get, you know, hey doll, Mary doll. I was like, yes, they really went
Yeah.
all in on the song lyrics. So.
Yeah, and as Cassie points out in the chat, and Goldberry. Even if we don't see her, we hear her voice, and I love that little kind of sly. I mean, I wanted to see Goldberry too, but I kind of thought it was an amusing tweak that they had Tom, clearly singing to her and with her, and then when Gandalf asked, like, "What, is there a woman here?" Tom was like, "Woman? Did you hear anything?" I didn't hear anything. I'm here with you, aren't I? Which, is sly and cheeky, but also feels very Bombadil in that.
Yeah, but I need to know what's going on with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe like her spirit in the water. But I want to see it. Because this is one of the things that the show can do. Like the fact, as you alluded to, the fact that this is not the story of, the hobbits encountering Tom Bombadil by the Withywindle, on their way to Bree. Tom is appearing in a completely different location. He's serving a completely different narrative function, interacting with a different character, but he's still Tom Bombadil, and you still get that instant joyous recognition from him. And I do remember where I was when I read the Vanity Fair article that just dropped one day on my Twitter timeline revealing that Tom Bombadil was going to be in the Rings of Power Season 2, and I literally did a double take. I kind of wish I hadn't known that and I could have just experienced it watching the show, but I also, from the moment I heard he was going to be played by Rory Kinnear, I was just like, this is going to be so good. And
I do want to gush about the fact that, of course, the voice of Goldberry is Rhea Yarborough, who is, of course, Bear McCreary's wife. So, in canon, Bear and Rhea are Tom and Goldberry. Just want to say.
Which tracks? And this is also
and also on a geeky note, I do want to say that even though there's no familial relation, the fact that the singer for Goldberry, in this show, her name is Rhea Yarborough, and in the old Hobbit animated film, we have the singer Glenn Yarborough, singing those songs, very different songs. Again, no family relation, but I just think it's cool that they that there's a shared last name there. That just feels so like symmetry for me.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, no, it's a delightful web of interconnections, and Cassie is alluding to the joyful story of that Rory Kinnear, who's a great actor.
Oh yeah, okay, I did hear about this. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah,
that he didn't realize how consequential Tom Bombadil was when he was cast, but now he does understand. And he played a real role in shaping the character. That Vanity Fair article goes on to talk about, like, given the fact that Tom Bombadil is, as he says, eldest of the beings in Middle Earth, he wanted to give him a voice that felt like it was from the oldest part of Britain and the world. So that's how they developed the kind of the Cornish accent that he uses for the character here. But it also it feels like very much like he is a character who has lived all those experiences, but because he is not fully, human or wizard or elf or Istar, he has, processed them differently, and he has a different outlook on life. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care. Because another thing that is notable about Tom Bombadil's, role in the Lord of the Rings films is that he is very deliberate, or stories that he's very deliberately set apart from the rest of the world, being this kind of or the story being essentially a natural embodiment of the natural world in many respects and non-interventionist. It's a big deal when he intervenes to save the hobbits and intervenes to save them from, Old Man Willow and the Barrow Wights, because that's not what he would normally do. But he does it because he does care about the world, and he recognizes that the one thing that is, that he can't abide is that, if Sauron and the armies of darkness cover the entire world, there's going to be no place for the things that he loves in it. So, namely, life and growth and, rivers and trees and acorns and, songs. So that's why he's helping Gandalf here as well. And I do think that he is, I don't think we're going to be seeing him marching into battle, but I love the idea that this is who Gandalf was ultimately meant to find, and this is how he will start to learn more of his own philosophy about, how we can enact change in the world.
Yeah, I love the idea of Tom almost being Gandalf's Gandalf, in sort of, giving him what he needs and pushing him out the door. Although Gandalf gets his hands a little more dirty as time goes on, but yeah, no, I thought it was great, and then I just loved, it just brought a smile, him doing all those very Tom things of, saving, Gandalf. It's gonna I still feel hesitant about saying the name. But saving him from the willow tree and and reciting those lines that in the films we'll hear from Treebeard as he saves the hobbits, and then just saying the things like Tom's old and you're young, and and saying Tom's a wanderer, not a warrior, and it's just being very, very Tom Bombadil, and it just made me so happy to see this character finally realized on screen, in my opinion, in a way that just worked so well. And I was one of those people where, when this was first announced, I wasn't entirely sure about how it would work or how I would feel about it. But then the closer we got to it and seeing pictures and stuff, I was like, oh no, this is going to be great, and it absolutely was.
Yeah.
And and my own my only gripe about this episode really was the fact that we I wanted more, and I know we're going to get more. But yeah.
Yep. No, we will get the bright blue jacket and the yellow boots in full regalia sooner rather than later, I believe. But yeah, I also love the idea that, like, when he's talking about this, when Gandalf is basically like, can you teach me this magic? That like fire and wind, they seem to obey your very words. And Tom's response is that each of these things belongs to themselves, just as you belong to yourself and I belong to myself. And that feels like a very kind of humble wisdom that we ultimately will see Gandalf pick up later in his journey. Yes, we keep calling him Gandalf. This is gonna look very weird if it turns out actually they were pulling a long cost and this dude is Radagast.
Can you imagine if it turned out
Saruman? Yeah. Which is it would be funny if that were the case. But I think we've had enough context clues, and I also just want to drop. It's so great to have Daniel Wayman be able to give voice to the character this season in more detail, because he really was giving a performance that was much more short words and grunts and vibes and yells. Even though it was a great performance in the first season, but
yeah,
now
but he's got such a great voice.
He's got a great voice, yeah.
And yeah, no, as far as the Gandalf, not Gandalf thing, as soon as he said, when in doubt, always follow your nose. That for me was it's Gandalf. So,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but no, he's just so great, and he's embodying the spirit of Gandalf so well. Like it's funny because I never could have imagined anybody but Ian McKellen, playing that character. But they've done such a great job of casting, him in this series and showing him growing into, becoming that character. And yeah, it's going to be so great if we actually get to see him, fully. And that's the great thing also what they're setting up with the name, where he said, someone can't just give you a name, I but that's actually probably exactly what's going to happen, because of course we know that Gandalf's true name is Aloran. He comes to be known as Mithrandir by the elves, but his name is Aloran. And uh, but my guess is it'll be our good old friends, Poppy and Nori, who are going to give him the name of Gandalf.
Yeah.
And he will accept that, with
Yeah.
gladness in his heart.
I think he will. Which also reminds me of one of my absolute favorite moments from the first 4 episodes, which is just to back up to episode 1 and Gandalf and Nori by the fire, where they're talking about missing their homes, and Gandalf talks about his home, which Nori reminds him he doesn't even remember, but he's like, I know, but I still sometimes perceive a glimmer of it nonetheless. It's a feeling, I know it's real, just beyond the sunset. And that's what one of those lines. And I'm like, I know Tolkien didn't write that line, but it feels like he wrote that line because it's just so evocative of the spirit of his works whenever they talk about the West and the light and the things that live forever there.
Which I do want to say, like, I did see one thing on social media, one of the dummies who's always, part of the crowd who's just complaining about everything related to the show, and kind of picking apart some of the lines that Galadriel and for that matter the other elves deliver. And the fact of the matter is that their dialogue is intentionally very musical and sort of old age, and so it's not meant to be like what we consider normal, like day-to-day conversational language. And that for me is so much of the beauty of this show, because that is very much, uh, how these characters speak in the Silmarillion. And I remember when the show first came out, somebody in our group said, having a little bit of difficulty with the sort of stiffness of the elves. And I'm like, but that is totally, the elves from the first and second age of Middle Earth. Like that's, that's exactly how they are. And so I love their use of language and the way the dialogue comes off. And but I guess your mileage will vary, but also for the certain people who will complain about every little thing about this show, I'm like, go to hell. But yeah.
No, I just love I love when we get those lines that feel musical. And yes,
Well,
this was not
Joe.
Nori's. Hey Joe, this was not Nori's best effort. Given the fact that she had already circled back to Dodrick twice, I think she was kind of running.
But also, that was a great shout out to Frederigar Boulder, from the books, and but yeah, I thought that was funny. Like, come on, you had to know that wasn't going to be the one. But yeah, no, I'm very intrigued to see where this goes. And is this going to be Gandalf's task before he moves on to, as a way to prove himself? Is he going to have to defeat this evil in Rune, as sort of his test before he progresses on to, to then having to deal with Sauron, or to at least aid in that. It's going to be interesting to see where they go with him, especially because, and they've shown that they're free to sort of bend things a little bit with the history, but we don't really hear anything about Gandalf as Gandalf, prior to the Third Age of Middle Earth. So are they going to like have him influence events, but kind of also be on the down low? Or I'm very interested to see what kind of role he plays in the larger events that we do know will take place over the course of this series.
Yeah.
But I feel like this will be a conflict for him to be dealing with this season.
Yeah. No, and that's what Tom mentioned when Gandalf asked him, is it my task to face to stop the fire? Is it my task to face Sauron? And Tom replies, it is your task to face them both. Which I think take to mean that yes, he will spend most of this season confronting the Dark Wizard and the evil that lies on the lands of Rune before he eventually makes his way back to join the main story. But it's a nice foreshadowing of the fact that this Gandalf, as you said, is not yet fully formed. I do anticipate we will see him get his staff before the end of this season, and he will get his name, and that will feel like a good, solid place for his character to take off starting in the events of season 3, wherever that may lead. But I, because we don't know this corner of the story, I'm just eager to see how it plays out, whatever awaits.
Yeah, no, I just, like I said, I'm just enjoying a lot of it. Now, I want to venture back over because there's some, we touched on the Ents, which who pop up in episode 4, but I also want to touch on another very, we talked about the fact that there's a willow tree over on in Rune and the Tom of it all and all that, but we also get barrow whites in this episode, and I don't know how much there is to like delve into that, but I just wanted to take a minute or two just to bask in how awesome that was, because of course that's something that we didn't get in the films. And so it's the first time I've ever seen that visualized, and which is just going to be really cool. To now when I go back to read Lord of the Rings, it'll be slightly different, because I never quite knew how to visualize the barrow whites. It's just so damn creepy. And but yeah, no, I thought it was great.
Yes.
And also it was also a moment where I'm like, I felt a little bit frustrated with Elrond after this, because it's like, okay, maybe you can listen to Galadriel a little bit when she says we should not go that way.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that I loved seeing the Barrow Whites for much the same reason I loved seeing Tom Bombadil, kind of like the dark shadow counterpart to that. And I also love the confirmation that they are the Barrow Whites. It's not just Barrow Whites in another part of Middle Earth. It is the same Barrow Whites that eventually Frodo and Sam and the other hobbits will encounter thousands of years later. But I do think that in terms of just beyond them, they're cool, creepy vibes, because they are very unsettling and effective. I do think the narrative purpose that they serve is that they're underscoring the conflict and the rift that has opened up between Galadriel and Elrond. Because, and I wanted to touch on this from Joe, because I do think that this is exactly what they're foreshadowing. And also, another layer, Gandalf facing the fire, that could also foreshadow his confrontation with the Balrog that we know he will eventually have. But in particular, with back at this story in with Elrond and Galadriel, they were so close in the first season. And the fact that they're very much at odds, or at least Elrond is at odds with Galadriel throughout the first half of this season, is one of the interesting like dynamics that makes this season feel different. You know, Galadriel was very much our protagonist for the first season. You know, she was the only character who appeared in every episode, I believe, other than Sauron, although he wasn't played by Charlie Vickers in the first episode. And Elrond was very much a secondary protagonist, although he had his own story with the dwarves of Khazad-dûm. But we always knew how close these two characters were in terms of their friendship. And seeing Elrond like just so mistrustful of Galadriel after everything that's happened, after her being deceived by Sauron, and now being so convinced that these rings that could be influenced by Sauron are their salvation, we're seeing a different side of Elrond. We're seeing much, like we had talked in, I think, in the first season about how Elrond seemed much more empathetic and kind and naive than perhaps the Hugo Weaving version of Elrond that we knew in the Lord of the Rings films. We are starting to see more of that version of Elrond, the mistrustful version of Elrond, because he is, and what's great about it is he has good reason to be mistrustful, and in many respects he is right. But it doesn't mean that Galadriel is entirely in the wrong either, and that's what makes their dynamic so fascinating. Like Elrond, as you mentioned, like when he makes the decision that no, we're going to go south after Galadriel warns them against it just because she had gotten the vision from the ring, and Elrond almost takes that as like, well, if that's what you're thinking, then we're definitely going south. That is a moment of his like stubbornness coming through, and it almost has dire consequences, but it also gives us a chance to see
they must have dire consequences because they lose one of their own.
Yes.
Yeah.
And this is where we get another interesting reminder that even though Elrond has been placed in command of this mission, he is, as he said to Galadriel himself, he's much more of the politician. You know, Galadriel was the commander of the Northern Army. She is the one who has the military instincts. And Elrond will gain those military instincts over time, but right now he is still kind of very much a novice. And I at least in this area of his expertise. And so I think it was important to see him make this mistake and have Galadriel in many respects, you know, I mean, Elrond comes up with the idea to use the swords from the tombs to defeat the Barrow-wights, but ultimately it comes down to the fact that Galadriel has to save them, you know, and save the ring so that they can get word back to Gil-galad that Adar is on the march. And this is where we kind of, I think, are going to start to see in the second half of the season Elrond come much more into the character who will become the Elven Lord that we know, as opposed to the herald who is trying to earn his place in the world.
But I like the fact that they're establishing both sides of it, because I will say, and I adore Hugo Weaving in the Lord of the Rings films, but this interpretation of Elrond does feel like I can more easily imagine him when, you know, as, you know, Elrond, you know, of the last homely house, you know, welcoming and guests. It just, you know, but that's the beauty of having these different interpretations, getting to see different sides of these characters. Because of course in the Lord of the Rings films, things are at such a dire place, like almost right off the bat. So that is how we need to, that's the Elrond that we need for those films.
Yeah.
But I can very easily imagine this Elrond in, say, The Hobbit, you know, welcoming, you know, Bilbo and the dwarves. And but yeah, no, I will say, like, it's going to be interesting to watch Elrond's journey of sort of accepting, you know, the rings, you know, the Elven Rings, but that may be actually a long journey, because I imagine he's probably going to feel vindicated when the One Ring is created and they perceive that, and it's like, oh no, we have to take the rings off and not use them. But we do know that he eventually will wear one of the rings, and so it'll be interesting to see his journey with that, and how he comes around to that. But yeah, it's no, I love the performance he's giving, um, and I do hope to see him and Galadriel kind of reconcile
I
as,
mean, I mean, I,
as things go on.
I mean, I think they will. Not in the least of which I don't know how they're going to work this into the canon of the show, but the fact that Elrond eventually is supposed to marry Galadriel's daughter. That feels pretty far afield given the fact why we haven't seen Celeborn yet, and we don't know if Galadriel even has a daughter at this point. But we'll see. In terms of what Joe pointed out in the chat was Elrond's choice necessarily wrong. They would have been a 2-week delay taking the longer route. That's one of the things I think is so great about, like the fact that there isn't necessarily a right answer. I think they would have been taken 2 weeks out of their way. They would have missed Adar's army, and they wouldn't have been able to warn Gil-galad that no, you're actually going to the wrong place, seeking them in Mordor. But it also, so Elrond's right in that respect, but it also very much feels in the moment he's making that choice because he's like, Galadriel's saying we shouldn't do this, so I'm saying that we should because I don't trust her and I don't trust these rings. So maybe it's the right decision for the wrong reasons or something.
Yeah, it's a bullheaded thing. Well, if you said that, I'm definitely not doing it.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think they will grow. They will grow past that. And as Cassie pointed out earlier, that she wanted to see the idea of him dropping Rivendell. In the canon, that comes after the fall of Eregion. So perhaps we will get a hint of that towards the end of the season.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah. And Ken, yes, this is. I'm sure this is a popular fan theory. I don't think they're actually going this way, but yes, that spark will never die.
I love the way that's phrased.
Celebrian being Sauron's love child. Yep, I'm sure there's fan art of that out there somewhere in the many Galadriel shippers in their corners of the internet. Which I this is a ship I just think is fun, even though I know it's not actually going to come to pass. I'm okay with the Galadriel shippers because I kind of feel like they're enjoying themselves and they're not hurting anybody, so let them have it.
Well, no, hey, I've gone back to watch that scene of the two of them in the woods. Like, no, there's evidence there for.
No,
like it's not like it's unjustified.
Yeah, it is real. Like, I mean, like we had talked about the fact that Sauron very much knows Galadriel's mind and she knows his. And there's the moment when she's talking to Gil-galad and I think they have that flash to her, that kind of intimate moment she had with Halbrand on the log after the battle, and and then she keeps referring to him as Halbrand, and Gil-galad keeps having to correct her. No, he's Sauron, remember? Which I think is meant to kind of prime the pump for when we know they will reunite later in the season, and all the tension, sexual and otherwise, that will be brewing.
Well, there's a track. There's a track on the soundtrack called "The Last Temptation," and I haven't decided whether that's in reference to Galadriel or Celebrimbor.
Yeah.
But because I haven't listened to it yet because I'm saving some of those tracks for after the episodes there. Which is something that we didn't focus on because but hey, we're only 3 hours in. We still have time. Let's talk a little bit about Durin and Disa.
Yes.
Oh God, those family issues. They're always so compelling to watch. And I really love the fact, though, that Durin's father, knows that he went a step too far at the end of last season. So I was kind of, to be honest, I was just expecting him to be in the same place, when this season opened, like, you're not my son, I disown you. But actually he's like, no, doesn't he know I, I spoke out of anger. And so it's like, but the fact that they're making him, such a compelling character just means it's going to be all the more difficult when he, gets his ring and he refuses to remove it. Oh God, this show is just setting me up
Yeah.
for more drama. But no, I love this whole dynamic, and I love that Disa is the one who's having to navigate between these two bullheaded men.
Yeah.
And
No.
yeah,
Yeah.
I so love when she's like, "You're the one who said we had to tighten our purse strings, or were you not including yourself when you said that?"
Durin loves his multitask too.
That's every husband and wife argument, and I love it.
No, I love Durin and Disa's dynamic. I love Durin and Durin's dynamic as well, and Durin and Durin the Third and Disa's dynamic. They very much feel like a complex family unit. Durin and the Fourth and Disa being just as Cassie says, the life goal couple, because they are just so in each other's corner. When Durin's kind of in his feels like, you married a prince and now you're born to a pauper, and Disa's just like, I'm bound to the dwarf I love, and I wouldn't trade his heart for a mound full of fire opals, and it just feels so earned. And then Durin has the perfect comeback. Be nice to have the opals though, and she's like, I would. But Durin the Third in particular, from the moment they cast Peter Mullen as Durin the Third, I'm like, I loved his performance in the first season, but knowing that he would get a ring of power in the second season that eventually would be corrupted, I'm like, this is why they cast Peter Mullen, because he plays darkness so well. And we've seen flashes of that, namely in anger from Durin the Third, but it's going to be so heartbreaking once, having now effectively reconciled more or less, Durin the Fourth is going to have to watch his father slip away again, and perhaps for good this time. It's going to be some of the best stuff in the second half of the season, I think. The dwarves have not been as big of a focus so far in this first half of the season, but it does feel like their plight, the loss of the White Shafts in Khazad-dûm, and the desperation that leads them to turn to the Seven Rings, even despite Durin's distrust of Anatar, is going to be one of the big tragedies of the season. Not in the least of which, because if you've watched the trailers, they keep reminding us yet again that the Balrog is down there. So,
oh yeah, and I'm sure all the ruckus that's going on in Khazad-dûm hasn't been bothering the Balrog at all. I'm sure he hasn't gotten even more disgruntled about things disturbing his slumber. So yeah, we're gonna get there. No, and I loved getting the scene with the resonating, where we get Disa's amazing voice, once again, and it doesn't work out so well, but that just goes to show how dire their circumstances are, and why they, ultimately it's showing why Durin the Third is going to, or not is going to, has taken up Celebrimbor on, his proposal, unbeknownst to him. It's not gonna work out so well. I'm just so scared for to see, how these characters we love are gonna crumble under the influence of Sauron. It's, and of course Sauron has directly, is directly involved in the creation of those dwarven rings. So, we're gonna see that effect on Durin, but I love I do love the fact that there's I love the fact that Durin the Fourth, doesn't care for Anatar at all. Like, he right away is like, nope, something's up with this guy. Do not like him at all. And I love the fact that the way he knows for sure is that because Elrond would never say such nice things about me. Actually, he would, but I
Yes,
love that that's his proof.
yeah, no, I love that clearly Sauron puts on a polite smile, but he's taking mental notes. He's like, and I'm going to specifically make note that to tell the Balrog to kill you when you get the chance. But yeah, and in this dynamic is so cool between in particular Durin and Disa, and how Disa really is the voice of reason here in so many respects. And when because not only because she wants her husband to reconcile with his father, but also she's like, you're both being so short-sighted in terms of how this is affecting our culture, our society. No wonder we can't hear the mountain during the third. You're blind to your own son's pain. No wonder, this, like, and she takes her husband to task, like, you would let our civilization potentially starve if, because you're too stubborn to try and reconcile with your father, even if he was in the wrong. And what makes it so great, again, as we talked about like last season, with the whole idea of them wanting to dig and knowing what digging will eventually lead to, is her instincts are so good, and they're in the right place. But ultimately, we know the tragedy that will come from the dwarves accepting the Seven Rings. So it's just, it's one of the things the show is doing the best, is it's showing why these characters are making decisions that seem like the right decisions, made for the right reasons, from a place of good heart and good intentions, and all of that tracks. But ultimately, they are still very much in, as Elrond would say, Sauron's labyrinth. And he, if not directly influencing every single event that's happening, he is finding a way to make it all play to his advantage.
I love that Joe just pointed out the one of the dwarven sayings, and it goes to what I was just saying about the fact that the elves have such flowery language. Meanwhile, the dwarves is always appeal to a lot of audiences the most, because they are like among the most plain spoken, like matter of fact, like, this is what I'm trying to tell you, kind of characters. And it's always a joy. There's a reason why Gimli was always such a favorite, in the original films, because he's like, in a lot of ways, he along with the hobbits, they feel like, as especially once you get into all the stuff in Rohan and stuff, it feels like Gimli is very much the audience POV for all these larger than life characters around him. I really love the reconciling scene between the two Durins. I just think that's really emotional, and especially, I have to say, not to get, sorry everybody if I always get worried I'm going to bring people down, but just obviously with after having lost my mom, like, I'm familiar with that sort of. It was easier to get annoyed at my dad and have those sort of simmering tensions when mom was still around, as sort of like the mediator. But you realize that when it is just the two of you, you just got to let go of that stuff, and want to and it might as well be you that goes hat in hand and says, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have lost my temper, and so that speaks a lot to me, even though I feel like Durin still feels like he was in the right, but at least it's always, it is the right decision to be the one to say I'm sorry, to end those kinds of arguments.
No, their reconciliation scene is beautiful, especially because because it's not overplayed. it feels
Yeah.
very much like a dwarven reconciliation. They don't fall into each other's arms and, hug, but they say what they needed to say. For two dwarves who had wounded each other, when Disa had taken Durin the Third to task about the idea that, like, you're keeping your wounded heart so tightly bound it can barely beat. Doesn't that, like, that's what you're calling strength? And Durin's like, yes,
And
that's
she says, I imagine that does take a lot of strength.
And he's like, it does. It truly does, which is a great moment of acting for Peter Mullen. But I loved also when Owain Arthur, as Durin the Fourth, comes to his father, and he initially presents it as like, I felt it was my duty as a dwarf to bring you this offer. And then Durin asks him, is that the only reason you've come? And he's like, no. And then he apologizes in his own way. And then he goes on to tell his father, I may have just brought you this offer, but I don't trust it. And it feels like a moment where he's actually opening up to his father again. But, ultimately, it's going to make that much more tragic when, now that Durin the Third has agreed to accept the offer, he's going to start to slip away into greed and potentially madness.
Which is just, it's so sad and tragic. Like, now they're on opposite ends, from where they were last season. And it's still coming down to the same thing. Durin the Third is not going to listen to his son's advice. And yeah, I don't imagine that peace between them is going to be lasting very long.
No.
But
yeah, no, and
I will say one more thing that I want to say about this storyline this season is I love the way that episode 2 opened, going into Khazad-dûm, and like it just sort of went into the mountain and showed us all the caverns brightly lit, as a contrast to what's going to happen a few minutes later, and then going into the marketplace. I just thought it was really well shot. And by the way, when things go to hell and there's things crashing, we haven't really touched on the visual effects of this series on this stream, but dear God, just out of this world amazing. Like, this is the best any television show has ever looked like in the history of the medium, as far as the money that they're putting into it is on screen.
Yeah. No, we had talked about the fact that, like, if you were going to do this show, a Lord of the Rings show set during the Second Age, during the prime of so many of these mystical races, you could not make it look cheap, and they are not. Everything looks gorgeous and lived in, but also mystical and eternal, and I'm just so impressed with the visuals. And also, like, the artistic way they're doing it, like when the second episode starts with the eruption of Mount Doom, and then it transitions into the map and shows how the malevolent influence of that eruption is what leads to the collapse of Khazad-dûm's sun shafts. It's such a cool way to visualize it all.
And the whole map device, is just so great for people who aren't steeped in Tolkien's books and don't know where everything is. It's taking that idea from the opening credits that Game of Thrones did, but it's applying it to the actual show and the actual episodes themselves, so that people know, where certain things are happening in relation to other things. And yeah, I think it works great.
I'm very impressed with every aspect of this show.
We've touched on some things with the music as it relates to like Tom and the walking song, but it's just take a couple minutes to bask in the glory of Mr. Bear McCreary, because the job he did on season 1 was just beyond astounding, and he had a tall order to fill, because he was he had to live up to the standard set by Howard Shore in the original films, without being Howard Shore, and like he's just what he's done this season with with the songs. We talk about Tom's songs, and we get a full rendition of it in the end credits of episode 4. Which, by the way, I have to say is I found really funny because the juxtaposition of going from Galadriel fighting amongst the orcs, and then, being taken captive by Adar cut, and then it's Tom's song blasting loudly. It was like those two things don't quite mesh, but I still loved it.
It was no the hold steady after losing Jaime Lannister losing his hand, but it did feel like a bit sudden. But part of it is just I love that song so much. I alluded to this last week, the fact that this rendition of Old Tom Bombadil, written by Bear McCreary and sung by Rufus Wainwright, I have listened to it so many times.
It has gotten stuck in my head numerous times over the past, couple weeks. I can say that I'm not the person to talk to about. Like, you will find that I am Mr. like film score and classical music guy. So no, I can't say I'm a Rush fan, but it's interesting what they're doing for Damrod the Troll. I'll be interested to see if like the full song gets used even in the end credits of an episode, because while I get what Bear is doing with that, it doesn't quite fit into my idea of what Middle Earth music should be. I did like the way it, those elements were used for Damrod's appearance in episode 3. I think that worked because that wasn't going like full heavy metal. And so, but we'll see. I'll have to wait and see how if the full version does make it into the show, how it's used. But that was a curious choice as a first piece of music to release for the season. I was like, not sure if it works for me, but so far everything's working like gangbusters in the actual show.
Yeah, and I like the way it was used in the show as well. But I mean, as a standalone track, it does feel somewhat apart. But everything else is great. Like I love the music for Rune. That just feels, it's very like Eastern inspired. Feels a lot like they're using certain instruments that Ramin Djawadi would have used for Game of Thrones. And I love that gorgeous visual of the Galdrim rider riding against the blood red sun as that music starts to play. I just thought that was one of the coolest visuals of the show. The music that the song that Gil-galad sings, which shout out to Benjamin Walker, by the way. Like, I did not know the guy could sing like that, and he definitely feels like an elven king who is lamenting his people having to leave these shores forever. His performance has been so great. And then you already called out the music from the Emissary of the Forge. When Anatar appears, like that is such a great musical track as well as
just chill. And like I said, I've listened to that track so many times, and it's so good. And like that's one of those times when you're like, Bear understood the assignment. It's just such a stunning sequence, and the music is a huge part of that. Yeah, God, it's so good. But yeah, no, I want to give props to Benjamin Walker too, because we were talking about different takes on characters like Isildur from the films, but Benjamin Walker as Gil-galad, he doesn't really have a presence in the original films aside from a couple shots in the prologue. As a matter of fact, it's so quick. When the first couple times I saw the film, I just assumed it was Elrond in those shots. But you have to pause it to see that, oh no, that's actually Gil-galad. And obviously not the same actor, but he looks pretty damn close. So that's one of those things where it feels like they were taking their cue straight from the actor who had been cast as Gil-galad in the films. Yeah, no, I thought it was great. That's a great musical moment, and then just the chills when Círdan enters the scene,
yeah,
and which, by the way, like the visuals of that whole sequence, just as the tension is there with Elrond, saying no, and then Gil-galad dropping the rings, which, by the way, like, great job, dude. Good thing they didn't go over the cliff. But then it's all very climactic as they put on the rings, and then the tree starts to glow, brightly, and I just, again, it's like you just look at the show, and it's so many times you're just sort of pinching yourself at how amazing the whole thing looks and feels, and the stuff that we get to see.
Yeah, that moment when the Elven Rings restore the great tree of Lindon, and like it becomes awash with light, like that was another one of those moments that made me be like, I can't believe I'm watching this, like the three rings in action. And even though it also ultimately is a dangerous moment of seduction, because we know that those rings ultimately are still going to be subject to the one, but this feels like a triumphant moment. And in particular, Morfydd Clark as Galadriel, just the absolute radiance on her face when she is beholding this. I'm just like, I mean, she's obviously beautiful, but there she truly looked like ethereal, but also like just purely joyful. And I love that moment of her performance, and Gil-galad as well in that scene. I'm not as familiar with all of Benjamin Walker's work. I know he's been a working actor for many years. I will never be able to forget that the first thing I saw him in was as the titular role in Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter. And to see him play High King, which he did a great job with, but that's, an interesting movie. But seeing him as High King Gil-galad here, I just think he's doing an outstanding job.
Yeah, Cassie, like, same here. There's certain, like, I've listened to some of the tracks. Like I think I listened to the first half, but everything else on the soundtrack I'm leaving as a surprise, because and I did the same thing for the first season, because I don't want to already experience the climax of the season musically. It feels like that's just something I should save.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Bear is just knocking it out of the park, and once again, I want to shout out his wife, Rhea Yarborough, who just has such an amazing voice, which she has been working side by side with him for years, going back to Battlestar Galactica. And if you don't know who she is, just listen to Bear's other scores from Battlestar to especially Outlander. Like that, I will say, if anybody who loves these scores, I highly recommend listening to the music from Outlander, because I think you will find a lot in those scores that is appealing to you. And while you're at it, watch the show too, because it's great. Yes, I'm sorry to say she did make you, feel horrible things.
It's a beautiful piece of music, even if it's underscoring a kind of sad and complicated.
Well, yes, I do. That's what I do with great shows, Cassie.
So I don't know if you had anything more you wanted to say about the elves, but one character we've touched on but have not fully delved into yet, who I do want to make sure we give his due, is Adar and the orcs, because I think there's some great stuff. Even before we get up the orcs on the march, in the first episode in Mordor, there's some stuff I really want to touch on here.
I will just say right off the bat, this is an instance where we got to recast
Yeah.
on this, and I will say initially I was struggling with it a little bit, just because you know, I mean, what can you say about Joseph Mole as as Adar in the first season? Like he just ruled that part, and I would have loved to see him back, but for whatever reason, we've heard some behind the scenes stuff. I don't necessarily know what's true, what's not true, but here we are. We have a new actor in the role, and after I got over it, I have to say that I think he's doing a great job.
Yeah.
Especially once they started to establish his sort of relationship with the orcs and
Hmm.
stuff. I thought, okay, he's doing a really good job here.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I'm good with it now. It was, like I said, a little bit of struggle initially, but
Mhm.
um, I'll get over it.
Yeah, I mean, I loved Joseph Mall's performance in the first season. I thought it was one of the strengths and the keys to the show that we had a character like Adar who was able to show us a different, slightly more sympathetic and human face of the orcs while still embodying all the brutality that we need to see from them as our principal antagonists. Um, but Adar was being the very nature of the character that he is playing, one of the Moriandor, one of the, we now learn, 13 elves who were originally chosen to be blessed by Morgoth's hand and transformed into, the first Uruks. This is a moment where I thought Sam Hazeldine, the actor who was taken over um, uh, for Joseph Mawle as Adar, this is the moment he became the character for me. When he relays the story to Halbrand, who is actually Sauron, who is the character who he hates and fears, but at the time he does not know that he is talking to Sauron. When he relays the story of how he was transformed by darkness, I was just riveted. Uh, this like because you had visualizations, you'd always heard of the idea that the orcs were tortured and mutilated until they became orcs, or the elves were tortured and mutilated until they became orcs. And I'm sure Adar went through plenty of that before he was chosen by Morgoth. But this description of the final stage of the transformation, where he talks about being taken up to the dark and nameless peak and being chained and left, and then after an eternity of hunger and thirst, he saw his servant's face, Sauron, and it was beautiful. And then we're focusing on Halbrand and Charlie Vickers down on the ground there, and we see a tear coming through his eye because he's remembering this too. Very different, from a different perspective. But and then when Adar tells him, and he offered me wine as red as the blood moon, and on that dark and nameless peak, I drank it. I drank it. And I just remember getting chills down my spine hearing that, because that definitely feels much more like the final insidious stage of the transformation from elf into Uruk. The corruption of the darkness taking hold forever, because you can be tortured and tortured and tortured and eventually break, but ultimately the final choice to become what Adar has become, a character who is very sympathetic but also still monstrous in many ways, it had to be made willingly. And so I just love that the image that they chose for him there, especially when we went through all the first season with those moments where we could see that Adar still remembers his previous life as an elf, going down the river, seeing the songs in the fields of Beleriand, planting the Alpharin seeds, feeling the sunlight. And he is willingly giving all that up to foster the new life with his children, the Uruks, because this is what he is now. And this is what, he had. And while he may not necessarily have wanted to become this always, he is committed to it now. And he is committed to his children. And that is the reason he betrays Sauron, because he frankly says, I'm done sacrificing my children for your ambitions. They will be free. They deserve to be free. And the moment when he learns from Halbrand, disguised as Sauron, that Sauron is returned, in a new form, and he is trying to play it dark, cool, and like threaten him. But you can see the spark of fear in his eyes because he knows Halbrand is telling the truth. He doesn't know how Sauron is standing in front of him right now, but he knows. And I just think it's great subtle work on the part of Sam Hazeldine. I think he is really trying. He's really doing a good job picking up where Joseph Mulway left off and making the character his own, but continuing what came from him.
Thank you for joining us, Cassie. We're probably going to wrap up soon, but I do want to say, as long as you mentioned that, I have to say one of the most perhaps unintentionally funny moments of these episodes was just the off-screen scream that Isildur gives when he gets trapped in the mud. It just felt like such a hilarious thing, like, intense discussion, and then all of a sudden off-screen, yeah, no. That was great. But which let's character that we didn't really talk in depth about was the character of Estrid, who is another new character, and who is like kind of like, we do get the characters, the wild men who kind of choose to serve Adar. Estrid seems much more to be amongst the group of Southlanders who bent the knee to Adar because they had no choice, not because they wanted to serve him, and she's just kind of doing what she has to do to survive, and she's very much afraid of being cast out by the other Southlanders, hence why she hides the mark. I thought, I don't know, I'm like, they seemed into each other. Let's just get rid of the fiance.
I'm going to say I have a feeling that Estrid's betrothed Hagen is not long for this world, so I don't think it will be a love triangle for much longer.
Especially since she seemed like she was ready to move on from him. But no, I enjoyed her character. I hope there's more to her, but I just like getting a glimpse at, sort of personalizing the fact that, a lot of these people are kind of forced into servitude, by the orcs of Mordor and the Adar, and that, not all of them are crappy people, and some of them are just doing what they have to do to survive, and she very much just wants to get away from all that. And but yeah, no, I'm enjoying the character. I think the actress is doing a great job. I really loved, we talked earlier about that scene between her and Isildur. Yeah. And when he's talking about his mother, and I love what she says in response to that about, I don't think that's a thing that you can repay. It's a gift that she gave willingly. I think you just have to learn to accept that. And So yeah, I don't think at any point any of her like intentions were nefarious or anything. I think she's just trying to get by.
Yeah, no, I see her very much as a survivor and someone who has suffered immensely, with the loss of her homeland, the Southlands, and who has had to make terrible choices in order to survive, and is afraid that those choices are going to come back on her, which is why sometimes she lashes out at Isildur or Arondir. But the fact that, she had to take the mark of Adar to survive, as so many of her colleagues, the Wild Men, did. You know, that's one of the first scenes we see in Mordor is the prisoners being forced to take the Mark of Adar, and it's a choice, but it's not really a choice because the alternative is you get run through on old Waldreg's orders, which, you know, that guy. I was going to say that was something I wanted to touch on, so we'll get to that in a second. But I do think that it's a marker of the fact that, like, yes, sometimes people can make a bad choice, but if you can make a different choice on a different day and keep choosing good until it becomes a part of your nature. And like Estrid had to make a terrible choice, but I think she will eventually make a better one. And we'll see what the other wild men who chose the Mark of Adar will do. Perhaps they've been given a second chance after the Ents, you know, let them go. But we see that some of them have chosen to become servants of Sauron or of Adar at this point. And in particular, I love the fact as it loops back in on Sauron on when he's Adar's prisoner and he's having to swear to Adar. This is where we see the brilliance of Sauron, because everyone else is like having to swear and take the Mark of Adar, and Adar's like, no, you will lay your head at my feet, and Sauron does, and then he whispers quietly, I vow to always serve the Lord of Mordor. And you're like, oh, you crafty bastard.
Oh God! But that's why we love him. We love to hate him.
And a character.
Can I just say this thing about Waldred? Not satisfying enough for me. Like, it's good, but I wanted more. That asshole. Like, yes, I know he was devoured by, you know, Warg, and that's pretty bad fate. But damn it, he deserved even worse. Because he was the worst.
Well, we needed to see it. If this was Game of Thrones, we would have gotten to see his, you know, face torn off Ramsay Bolton style. But, you know, the Tolkien is a little bit more reserved on that front. But that was such a great moment for multiple reasons. One, just in terms of a subtle lore connection that they didn't make explicit, but it made me do the Leonardo DiCaprio point at the screen meme, was when Sauron is facing off against the Warg and the Warg is it's snarling at him, but then he speaks to it in the black speech and then gets it to obey him and gives it the bone and gets it to do his bidding. And in bright flaring neon red, as I remember from the Silmarillion, what is one of Sauron's many titles? Lord of Werewolves. And I was just like, that's cool. That's cool that they managed to work a lead into that. And in terms of just great little tiny moments of acting from Charlie Vickers, when he's riding off, hearing Waldred's screams as he's being torn to pieces by the Warg, and he just lets out that little smile, and you can just tell that, like, yes, Sauron has grand designs to heal and rule Middle Earth, but that one was for him. Because fuck that guy. And it's all the more deliciously ironic because Waldreg, of course, spent all of season one waxing rhapsodic about how great Sauron was, and then once he found out that Adar wasn't Sauron, he's like, I'll serve you then. And then he starts just like beating on Sauron, you know, like, and casting vicious, like, verbal slander at him without realizing who he is. And then you're like, this is your hero, guy. You don't know. And then your hero has basically decided, you know what, fuck you, you're gonna die.
Oh God. No, but it was like, yeah, no, it was so fitting. And yeah, the fact that I would have liked his torture dragged out a little bit more, you know, it was still very gratifying. Yeah, so I don't know. Is there anything else you wanted to address? I feel like we've gone through we didn't miss anything, did we?
No, not anything major. I mean, I'm sure there were little things here or there. But ultimately, I just wanted to make sure that we touched on at least all the major characters and storylines, of which, Adar and the orcs are one. And I do think that one of the things that given where we leave off at the end of the season, or end of these 4 episodes, with Adar now having captured Galadriel and the reversal of their dynamic from last season, I'm really keen to looking forward to seeing how it all plays out, because we know where it's going. It's leading to the siege of Eregion, and the fall of Eregion. And in particular, one of the things I'm just looking forward to so much about it is how complicated the web of characters and interactions will be, because we know that Adar is marching on Eregion to try and, in his mind, kill Sauron, who is in Eregion, but Sauron has manipulated him into doing this, and Sauron wants him to do this because Sauron wants him to destroy Eregion while he escapes with the rings. And the elves and Galadriel are racing towards him, but are they going to be too late? And the dwarves are going to come in, but they have their own problems to be dealing with. And I'm just fascinated to see how it will all end in the terms of the character dynamics, because ultimately where it will end is the shot that we got in the trailer, the glorious shot of Sauron walking through Eregion as it's being destroyed, in full regalia and triumphant. And that's just the image that we're all, we're waiting to see how we get there. It's the journey, not the destination.
I lost my camera shot. I'm gonna, even though we already am ready to wrap up, I'm gonna dip out and come back in. So I'll just be a few seconds.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll just say while we're waiting for John to come back to Joe, yes, we did cover the ancient dream of the Stores searching for the Suzat, the ancient term for the Shire. I don't remember the exact minute mark it was at, but it was in our section discussing the Rune and the Stranger and Nori and the Hobbits, the Harfoots, I should say, and the Stores. And it was one of our favorite moments of the season, that revelation of the ancient dream. So go back and listen to that, and I hope that we covered it to your satisfaction.
There we go. I really do need to get a new camera. Oh, but yeah, were you answering?
I was just answering Joe's question. That we did cover the ancient dream of the Stores and searching for the Suzat. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Yeah. No, I think we got just about everything. And actually, now I'm rather glad that I tried to move quickly through our earlier discussion points, and good thing, because we still wound up going for 3 hours and 40 minutes. But no, I'll just sort of sum up by saying I have absolutely adored this season. We highlighted a couple, issues along the way that we had with certain things sort of outside of the story. That the real world interferes sometimes, and but for the most part, I've just been overwhelmed and very satisfied with this season so far, and I'm very interested to see where things progress from here. We were talking about Galadriel, being with Adar and the orcs now. I'm very interested to see if there's going to be any sort of, dare I say, alliance, if they're both heading to Eregion with the intention of, fighting Sauron. And if there is, I have to imagine that will be a very short-lived team up.
I think it will, because we saw in the trailer, there's a line where Adar says to Galadriel, "Sauron is my enemy as much as yours. We could destroy him together." But we also know that Adar will still be attacking Eregion, which is Galadriel would obviously not condone, even to stop Sauron. So I think that, as you said, it will be a very brief-lived alliance, and then we will get the reunion of the OTP with Galadriel and Sauron and which is what everybody really wants.
Oh God! Again, I'll just say I'm really like the big thing that I'm looking forward to. This season is, you know, obviously everybody loves big battles, but I really want to see the more of the dynamic with Celebrimbor
Yeah.
and Sauron and how that's going to fall out, and it just looks like it feels a little vindictive to be looking forward to Celebrimbor's despair and suffering, but it just looks like Charles Edwards is going to be giving like an acting tour de force, you know, later this season, and even though it's going to be gut wrenching and sad, I'm really looking forward to seeing all of that unfold.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sort of, even though like other storylines have gotten more screen time thus far this season, it does kind of feel like he is like that storyline is sort of the emotional like uh, centerpiece of the season, just because just as Galadriel was being manipulated by Sauron throughout the first season, this season it's Celebrimbor, and um, you know, I'm both looking forward to and dreading where that's going, um, and then from what I have heard tell that the Siege of Viridion is going to span multiple episodes, and like I'm looking forward to that just because like to see that kind of epicness from a TV show. It's just like it's been one of the joys of the show overall. But I just think it's gonna be great. And I know there were some people who were kind of let down by the scale of the sort of the big battle in season one. For me, it was perfect because it
Yeah.
was supposed to be more of a skirmish than like a big war. But this feels like it's gonna have the scope and scale of what people like from their really big Middle Earth battles, and we're gonna get Elrond in battle armor, so that's gonna be fun to look forward to, and yeah, no, I'm just gutted that we're already halfway through the season. Like, I could have stood to and have them drag out and the episodes a bit more, instead of dropping the first three all at once. But I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people were happy about that, but I'm like, yeah, but we're already so far into the season now.
I just have been, like, I would have also taken a more staggered release schedule, but I loved having so much content. In particular, given the fact that we had touched about on our frustrations about episode lengths in the past, I love that all of these episodes have been over an hour, and you really just get to sink into the world. And
no, it's actually been a great year for that, for our fantasy shows, because one of the things that I loved so much about House of the Dragon this season was that none of the episodes were really short. They all like took their time to like tell their stories, and yeah, I feel the same way about the episodes so far this season. So um, for this show, so yeah, it's just great. It's an abundance of great material, and I'm very happy and looking forward to what we get to next. Are there any particular story beats you're looking forward to and the rest of the season?
I had mentioned, seeing the way all the conflicting character relationships come together at Eregion, Sauron and Galadriel, Sauron and Celebrimbor, Galadriel and Adar, Sauron and Adar, if we get that culmination, Elrond and Durin, because we know that he'll go to Durin for aid for Eregion. That's going to be the centerpiece of it, but also, just as we had kind of alluded to, the Harfoots and the Stranger are kind of off on their own corner of the story, but I'm very much looking forward to seeing how everything with the Dark Wizard wraps up. And even though the Numenorian story seems a little bit more set up, there's a moment in the trailer of Muriel facing down this gigantic sea beast in what I think is meant to be some sort of trial for her. And I just think that that's going to be a really cool thing to see as well, how that ties into the whole idea of her role as the leader of the faithful and how her path is ultimately the right path.
And also, speaking of Numenor, can I just say, it's not going to happen this season because Sauron is busy right now manipulating, the peoples of Middle Earth. But we do know that there's a point in the story where he, goes over to Numenor and does his manipulating over there. I am totally down for him manipulating the hell out of Farazan.
That's gonna be fun.
That will be fun for me, and I'll be actually cheering for him there. Yeah, like and that's like again, that's what's so great about what they've done with Sauron in the show is the fact that I never would have pictured me saying, well, there's certain times that I'm cheering on Sauron, like that the moment you mentioned where he smiles after Waldred gets killed. That's like a moment where you're like, I feel you, buddy. I feel you. But it's this show just has given me so many things that I never expected to have, and both things I wished for and things I never knew that I would have gotten or wanted to get. So yeah.
And one of those moments, I will be keen to see where this season ends because we know that we'll get the fall of Eregion. I'm in particular looking forward to, there was a moment in the trailer that caused chills to go down my spine, which is when Anatar's mask comes off and he tells Celebrimbor in cold and ruthless terms, you will give me the 9. And that is, confirmation. We'll be getting the 9 this season. Will we get the 1? I suppose it will depend on whether or not Sauron makes it back to Mordor, or if that's going to be a season 3 thing. But I would not be surprised if we get them. It would be a hell of a way to end.
Oh God, yeah. And that's the thing. Like I know a lot of like the big story beats of what's going to happen, but I just don't know like when or how certain things unfold over the course of this series. And so I'm really interested to see that. And I will say, on that subject, like also like one of the big things that the show has kind of switched up is the order in which the rings are made. And, in Tolkien's Legendarium, the Elven Rings are made later. But one of the great things that by having them done earlier is that you get this time to show the wonders that the Elven Rings can work. And, before the elves have to stop using them after the one ring is made. So, like, there is very much a reason as to why the showrunners are making these decisions of when to change things up. And plus, it goes good with the rhyme, too. 3 rings for the elven kings under the sky, 7 for the dwarf lords, and their halls of stone, 9 for mortal men doomed to die. And so it's, it actually works really good to have it done in that order, which we actually do get that rhyme in Galadriel's vision of Celebrimbor, being impaled. Like,
foreshadowing.
Are these not seeds that you planted? Oh, man. So good. And we're gonna see where those things go. Yeah, so loving the season, can't wait for more.
Yep.
And
yeah. And I'll just at the very end here shout out the fact that we've been waxing rhapsodic about how much we've loved this season and this series. It wouldn't be possible without the showrunners, J.D. Payne and Patrick McKay, their team of writers, Jennifer Hutchinson, Jason Cahill, Helen Shang, Glenice Mullins, as well as Nicholas Adams and Justin Doble coming later in the season, and the director team. Charlotte Brandstum, who has directed 3 or co-directed 3 episodes of this season, will direct the final 2. Louise Hooper and Sana Hamri. Interestingly, it appears, from what I've heard, all-female director team this season, and they're doing great work. So
yeah, I was just going to say, it's been actually such a real pleasure to see that there's so many female voices being represented through the writing and the directing. You know, this, you know, even goes back to the original films themselves, where yes, Peter Jackson gets the headlines, but he was very much working side by side with both Fran Walsh and Philippa Boyens, you know, who were absolutely instrumental in so much of what made those films what they are. So beyond just the fact that as we make progress, you would hope for more female voices, but it's also very much in keeping with the history of this franchise. And so I'm very happy to see that, because yeah, they're doing just stunning work. Um, yeah, and it looks like the even more stunning work is to come, you know, later in the season. And I just can't wait. It's funny. I was just saying about how I wish this season wasn't going by so quickly, but also I'm greatly anticipating the next episodes. But I'm also like, no, be patient, John. Be patient. It'll be over in a flash. Just don't rush it. But yeah, no. So I won't dwell on it, but we'll consider this section like the postscript of the stream, because we're already just about at our 4-hour mark. So I don't want to sit here spending another 30 minutes, you know, talking. But I alluded to this earlier in the stream. You know, I do feel like I want to kind of address it. I don't know, like, how many people, you know, beyond the wonderful people that we've had in our chats, and I like who else is watching this, who will watch it, and especially who will watch this till the end, because we do get a bit long-winded. But a couple days ago, you know, there was a whole drama online about George R. R. Martin and his comments as they related to House of the Dragon, and I got a little angry on Twitter. I stand by the fact that I have some issues with George and how he talks about, you know, the adaptations of his work and the people involved in the adaptations of his work. A lot of times I think he does it in a sort of passive aggressive way. But I don't think it was called for that I made like, 6 or 7 tweets throughout the day, digging in about how annoyed I was by him. I think I kind of went a little overboard there. So just wanted to say I do regret that. And I deleted a couple of those. But yeah, and needless to say, I very much love the shows Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon. I'm you know, anybody who knows me knows me. I'm a bit more of a lover of the shows than an outright like book fan. I love the books, but I've always been a bit more rooted in the shows, and so that's where some of that where some of that came from. But yeah, so my annoyance at certain things is still there, but I do think I could have maintained a more level head about it all. So anyway, just wanted to say that bit.
Yeah. No, I shared your frustration with George R. R. Martin teasing a passive-aggressive attack against some of the show, like the adaptation choices that were made in House of the Dragon, and this has been a pattern for him. I do think that he probably needs to find a better way over time to come to terms with the fact that the adaptations are going to make changes to his work, and he just and his fans need to accept that too. Doesn't mean they have to agree with all those changes, but everyone just needs to be a little bit more understanding about the fact that that when George R. R. Martin agreed to allow his stories to be adapted, this is something that was always going to happen. And it doesn't mean that anyone involved is evil. It means that they're human, and passions can run high, but we all just need to try and show a little bit more empathy towards each other, which is one of the reasons that I have personally stepped back from the A Song of Ice and Fire, Game of Thrones online fandom. I'm someone who, like you, John, is very much more attached to the shows and the adaptations than to the original book series, even though I do love the book series. And definitely, I love House of the Dragon more than Fire and Blood, because Fire and Blood is more of a history book. There's more room for a creative allowance there. That is not going to be everyone's perspective. I have just, since the loss of certain fan communities like Watchers on the Wall, I have just not found a safe place to engage really with those types of discussions. And so I have just kind of washed my hands of it. I wish that was not the case. And I wish that people could maintain a little bit more perspective, because this is all just supposed to be fun at the end of the day. But I get that passions run high, both for creators and for fans and for the people who make the work. And so I just would hope that everyone finds a way to deal with these conflicts in a more civil way in the future, and that will, because they're going to keep happening. And for my part, John, I was very much in agreement with most of what you were saying, but I also get that for you perhaps feel like that was not the best way to express the feelings that I feel were quite valid. So proud of you for just taking ownership of that, because we're all going to have those moments. I've certainly had those moments with stories I love, and I just want us all to feel like we have a place in this discussion. And that's been part of the frustration for us, is that we've often felt that as show fans, we have not gotten that same grace. So when we see this turned around, we can get a little bit, pointing.
Yeah, it's one of the things that one of the things that I did write out on Twitter, after I calmed down, was that, I sort of wanted to plant my flag, and, not that anybody would be surprised by this, and say that I am predominantly, as far as the fandom goes, a Game of Thrones fan.
Yes.
Much more so than I am a Song of Ice and Fire fan. And that's not saying anything negative about the books, far from it. But it's just that's where that's what my love has been rooted in, mostly, is the television shows. And as you said, we've kind of been, those of us who I feel like are more fans of the show, and especially those of us who actually enjoyed the later seasons, and especially the last season, we have kind of been on the defensive for the past several years. And so I think that's probably where a lot of my indignation the other day came from. It's like, no, I have to deal with this from the fans. I'm not going to deal with it from the author of the books too. And it's so I just sort of lost my temper a bit. And like you said, I think that my anger about certain things was still valid. It's just, I think I only needed to make that point once, and then I could have just left it. There's a reason why the GIF that I have pinned, to my profile is Peter Capaldi as the 12th Doctor saying, "Be kind," because that's sort of my guiding North Star. And so I don't like to lose sight of that. Like, even when I'm upset about something, I still don't want to come off as too, aggressive or angry at other people. So, but yeah, I just wanted to address that a little bit, and yeah. But I will say I much prefer just having fun and talking about the stuff that we love than getting angry about stuff on Twitter. And but I will say, this is sort of a subject that goes beyond only Game of Thrones, to kind of bring it back to talk about Rings of Power. Another thing I stated after I calmed down about that whole thing was that actually we all really do need to this isn't to say that you're never justified in feeling negative about something or being angry about something, but on the whole, I think that we do need to, as a society, we kind of need to take a step back from this relentless negativity we seem to be, uh, that too many people seem to be comfortable just reveling in. It's not going to kill you just to focus on the things that bring you joy, as opposed to getting repeatedly angry and indignant about things that you were less than pleased with. Especially, you know, I mean, there's things you should get upset about in real life, about important things that are going on in everyday, the real world of. God knows we're going through some horrible things in this country, and things are going on all over the world. When it comes to entertainment, there's no reason to get angry about stuff. It's the whole point is that you're supposed to be able to let go and have fun and relax and get pleasure from things. And so that's, I didn't mean for this to turn into a mission statement of the channel, but that's kind of always been my stated goal with this channel, and it's one of the reasons why I really wanted to bring Jared on as my co-host, because we both have the same kind of school of thought, and we'd rather focus on the things that bring us joy, and rather than dwelling on things that maybe we didn't like as much. And so yeah, that's why I love doing what we do, because there's sure, I could, we could turn this into a negative channel where I can talk about all the stuff that, pisses me off about the entertainment industry and what other people like. And I'm like, God damn it, no, that's horrible. And I'm like, but life is too short. I don't want to do that. I think it's much more fun just to kick back, relax, and have fun talking in detail about the things that we love. And for me, that is stuff like Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, Star Wars, and the countless list of movies that I love, and the films of Keira Knightley, especially. um, and so, yeah, so that's what we do, and that's what we're going to keep doing.
Yep. No, and I'm happy to be along for the ride as your co-host. We've been doing this as regular co-hosts for a little over a year now, and have been having these discussions as far back as 2020 or even 2019, if you count our Twitter discussions on Game of Thrones. I still love doing it. So let's keep it going. And in particular, if anyone's ever feeling like a little bit awash about these kind of fantasy stories and like what they actually should mean to us at their core, I always say go back and read Tolkien's essay on fairy stories, because it will recenter you on like what at the heart of this genre at its best can be.
Absolutely. Yeah. I have read that essay several times, and I have never regretted it. So again, just to recap what we're going to be doing the next couple weeks. Next week we're talking about the what year was it? 2010, I think. Yeah, the 2010 film Black Swan, starring Natalie Portman. And then the week after that, we'll be talking about the 2012 Keira Knightley film Anna Karenina, which is the third film in the unofficial Keira Knightley Joe Wright trilogy, as we like to say, which I am still waiting for an announcement for those films to be released on 4K Ultra HD. Get on that, Universal.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so I hope if any of you are interested in those, we like to encourage people that if you haven't seen certain films we're discussing, give them a quick review. Before our discussion, we'd love to talk about them with you. And Cassie's not in the chat anymore, but I think one of my great joys was the fact that she watched Hugo for our discussion on that film. And I was like, that's all I want. I just want to introduce some of my favorite movies to some of our friends and be able to discuss them. You know, that's really the main reason I even do this. So, but yeah, no, thank you everyone who joined us, and that's okay. One and only, think about we're wrapping up now. Thank you so much for joining us, and yeah, it means a lot when you guys tune in, and we had pretty good viewership tonight for the whole stream, whole 4 hours. Thank you very much, and
Yep, and good conversation in the chat too.
yeah.
So.
Yeah, really appreciate when you guys get involved in the chat, and because it makes these discussions even more fun. So yeah, that's it for me. Anything you want to say before we
No, I mean, I
close out
just this was great. We'll be coming back to talk about the second half of the Rings of Power. Probably it's sometime in early October after the season wraps up. Very much looking forward to that. We're close to 400 subscribers. I think we were at 399 the last time I checked. So if there's one more,
I probably should have mentioned this earlier. Early on in the stream. But if any of you who watch this aren't subscribed, please subscribe. Would really love to cross over to 400. That would be really cool. And if you already are, try and bribe somebody to subscribe. But no, thank you all once again, and we'll see you next week for Black Swan. Until then, Namare.
Yep, and old Tom Bombadil, he's a merry fellow.
Yeah.